Hey, peace and love, peace and love. Today's a special day for me because it's the anniversary of Malcolm X's assassination, February 21st, 1965. It's a sensitive subject, but I decided to have a conversation with the brother called Fred Hawthorne from Barbershop Conversations, the YouTube channel. And one of the things that we did during the conversation, we had a frank conversation. This was not a pussyfooting conversation. This was a real conversation that people are scared to have. So you might get a little emotional with some of the things that I'm saying. We're not trying to disrespect what Malcolm did or whatever happened, but we had a frank conversation, and I want y'all to check it out, man. Let me know what y'all think. I really want to know what the people think about the video and what's being said. All right. Again, the brother who is affiliated with the interview, Fred Hawthorne from Barbershop Conversations. Y'all know he does a lot of talk about boxes and so forth. He also had a movie called Checks and Balances that came out last year, May 19th. So, I mean, we're going to have a frank conversation. Don't get too sensitive about the words we use and say we violate or this. We had a frank conversation about the people who killed Malcolm X, and people are just too sensitive when it comes to Malcolm X and all. Right. So let's us watch the video, watch the interview, and enjoy it to the best of our abilities and do what we do. All right, because you know how we do. All right. This is Dagger Squad. We ain't no cowards around here. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the assassination of Malcolm X. This is a interview slash barbershop conversation with my brother. What do you call it? My brother Thunder is also in the mix. So right, check it out. Peace and love, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a special day because we got the infamous Fred Hawthorne from SilentHeroFilms.com. The gentleman that made the movie Nine Wives, the movie Checks and Balances. And he's definitely a brother from the YouTube channel. We know him as Barber Conversations. You catch him on Instagram, Barber Conversations. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to my brother, my big brother, our little brother, my big brother, Fred Hawthorne. Let's use Barber Conversations because a lot of people know you as that, whichever one you want to call you. And let me also introduce at the same time, no, as a matter of fact, let me introduce you first, and then I'll bring my brother Sunday.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead, brother.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you, man. I have a YouTube channel, Barbershop Conversations, man. It's pretty controversial. The base of it is boxing. We talk everything in boxing. And why we're here is because I did a film during COVID entitled Nine Wives, where I uncovered the dark life of Elijah Muhammad, which entails, I think, preempted and inspired murder of Malcolm X because of the contrast of integrity that those two men had. And it's been all over the world. Too many awards to count. You have the trailer, but if you guys see the website, SilentHeroFilms.com, feel free to go check it out for yourselves, and feel free to send me a comment. But it's just incredibly, incredibly important that we lay it all on the line and just tell the truth and and leave it for the next generation. Because I'm not really talking to the Nation of Islam members, guys. Now they always DM me, "Hey, let's debate." Always, man. It never stops. It never stops with them, you know. And I'm not really interested in them. I'm interested in our kids, and I believe in 50, 60, 70 years, when everyone dies off, the paperwork is going to be opened up, and people are going to realize, like, God damn, how the hell did this man, Elijah Muhammad, steer all these black men? And two, how the hell did that get compound interest to Elijah Muhammad? I'm not Elijah Muhammad, but Louis Farrakhan, and he's actually living the same life as Elijah Muhammad. So thank you for having me, man. And it's just exceptionally important that we continue to speak on the greatness of Malcolm X, and his ascension is so important because it's his levels in life is, we all know someone at every level of his life, you know, whether it's the drug addict auntie or the religious grandma, and then you grow up and realize that, you know, I mean, Allah is the greatest, you know, or in Christians, God, Jesus is the greatest. So I think Malcolm X is arguably one of the most credible men of the 20th century, and I thank you for having this platform so we can continue to talk about it. Thank you.
Yeah. And in the meantime, let me bring my partner in today. He's going to definitely be drilling you today. My brother Thunder, he's going to come with that heat. He's ready, man. He's doing his little research, checking out on Google right now. Like, who this dude, man? Let me check him out. So, hey, let me ask y'all this right now, both of y'all.
Yes.
When you think of Malcolm X, right? What is the first thing that comes to your mind as you say Malcolm X? What's the first thing outside of him being assassinated and murdered? Outside of that, what do you think of Malcolm X? The first thing that pops in your head.
Who's first?
Go ahead, Fred. You first.
All in. You know, at every phase of his life, he was all in. Whether he was a Detroit Red, whether he was Malcolm X, or whether he was El Haj Malik El Shabazz. And it's beautiful to know that a man is living in the 100th percentile of himself. Very few of us do that. You know, when he was in the Nation of Islam, that's probably where he became more popular to the macro. He preached what Elijah Muhammad told him to preach, but he never shut down the truth. People may dispute and argue what inspired him to do what he did, but the fact is that he elevated and still accepted the truth, you know. And one of his more great quotes that I enjoy is, "I'm for truth, no matter who tells it," and that speaks to his growth, because he said that I drank out of the same cups in my country. They were called white devils, and now he's sharing the same glass of water with them. Malcolm X was one of the few men publicly that lived at the 100th percentile.
Mm-hmm. What do you say, Thunder? What do you say? First in public.
Man, peace to you.
Here's a controversy now. Yeah, you start already, man. Here's a controversy.
Nah, I ain't banging on him. I just I have I guess a differing I don't know, man. I'm interested in hearing what you got to say.
But when he all right, Thunder, keep it real.
But the first thing I think about when I think about Malcolm at this point, I think he was misguided. I think he should have approached that situation differently. I think he should have had a better maybe more somebody else to give him guidance, or
what do you mean as far as Elijah Muhammad?
Just a different way
as far as Elijah Muhammad while he was in jail?
As far as exposing Elijah Muhammad's
teaching
shortcomings. Or not just shortcomings. I said I would be.
Oh, you mean as far as you're talking about when he so-called exposed Elijah Muhammad? He should have did a better job. Yeah. That's what you think?
I think.
We're gonna talk about that, and the reason why we're gonna talk about that, because I think there's a lot of misinformation where that is concerned. You see, a lot of folks don't know, and I'm gonna lean to this in a second. I don't want the show to be about Elijah Muhammad, although we're gonna promote what I'm gonna do is during the interview, I'm gonna chop it and play the preview. Chop it, play the preview. I'm gonna do it 3 times.
Thank you.
We can have the promotion for your movie, The 9 Wives, but how the whole thing went down with Elijah Muhammad and the whole he talking about. Remember, this is Malcolm X. He's in the Nation of Islam. Let's say they had 100,000 members. 5,000 went with Malcolm. 95,000 stayed with Elijah. It created a split even with the 95,000 that stayed with the Nation of Islam, because they're like, Malcolm was my boy, man. That's why I joined. So now you got to pick between the father and the son. You're going to normally pick the father because that's what cults do. You're always going to choose a cult leader. Now, when they wanted to set his car and build a bomb or whatever, the dude told him, remember, he's now on defense without an army behind him that he had before. Because remember, he was the head of Mosque number 7, the number 1 mosque. Plus, he was the national spokesperson. So now he was in command of a lot of men called the FOI, the Fruit of Islam. So when an order is given to the Fruit of Islam, they have to go and follow that orders, or they'll get kicked out or get punishment for 90 days and all that stuff. So think about this now for a second. If Malcolm X felt his life is in danger, what would have been his best way how to handle it, seeing that he can't go to the police because the police don't care if he's dead or alive. They'd rather him dead. The FBI wanted him dead. They thought if they put the split between Malcolm and Elijah, that would have destroyed the entire nation of Islam, which was their ultimate goal. But how would you go? What would you have done to defend yourself? What would you have done to put spotlight on yourself to try to get protection? Other than, all right, I'm gonna stop for a minute. Stop presenting. I'm gonna just show a quick 1-minute clip of 9 Wives and the movie.
What?
I said Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries, and can you expound on that?
Yeah, well, I guess they were, because they were there. I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true. It's all true.
Good evening, messenger. You convinced us that you were the last messenger. How many other bastard children do you have?
All right, so we're going to get right back to the broadcast. That was a commercial break. Let's get back to the actual interview. And hey, they came out with something. He went to California to go testify with the ladies or whatever, and they followed him around, and they coming for him. They was going to kill him. So what was his defense? He shouldn't have went to the white reporter and said that, yo, you know, Elijah Muhammad was schooling these women. Why? Why he shouldn't have did that? Why?
All right, so this is where I do the misguided. This is where I insert that, and this is a part of that as well. If you're gonna do something that extreme, and I'm pretty sure Malcolm knew how the nation handled, I would say, traitors or treason, whatever, right? So he knows all they're gonna Elijah snap his finger and somebody ain't gonna be here tomorrow. If you know this, you got wife, you got kids. To me, if you go to Mecca and do your thing, you should have never came back. I think you should have stayed over there, handle his business over there, or go somewhere. I don't know. But to go back, just misguided. And we as black people, we do that even. Hold on, but we got rappers today that get shot and killed. Young Dolph was my favorite rapper of this time. I'm 44, so I don't like any of the rappers.
I've never heard it.
Dolph. Okay,
cool.
Young Dolph is my guy, and he went back to Memphis. Man, got shot at the cookie store. You know what I'm saying? It's sad that we can't.
Speaking about that, you know, there's the guy who they arrested is now allegedly supposed to be snitching on what's his name, the guy who they felt is involved. I'm not gonna say.
Oh, good.
Yeah, good. So allegedly, I don't know if it's true, but that's what on a Facebook report.
But misguided.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get Fred in here for a second.
Yeah.
So Fred. So you Malcolm X now, right?
Right.
Why are you wrong for going on 60 Minutes to go to the quote unquote devil at the time to say, hey, this man had teenage secretaries? Why is he wrong for doing that?
He's not wrong. The same devil media is what exploded the Nation of Islam. The same devil media is what Elijah Muhammad made him meet the world leaders abroad. The same devil media is what Louis Farrakhan uses today. Malcolm X did what he was supposed to do, and that is tell the truth. A lot of people feel comfortable by giving him an out, by saying he should have did it this way or that way. But the trauma he wanted to heal was Black men and women in America. And he deemed himself worthy of that task. And when you deem yourself worthy of a task, you have to see it through death. And I believe he was committed that far, because when you study him and you see the last 6 months of his life, or when he came back in was November, December, and then he went over to Oxford, I think December, but from the Ballad of the Bullet speech on, so I would say the last 2 months, you can really see like high stress in Malcolm. You can see that literally he's walking towards his death. It takes a great man. It takes a man who's fully committed to Allah to say, I'm all in. And I understand the safe space is for, hey, just stay in Africa and Ghana with yeah, and be comfortable. But he was committed to it. And when you're committed to it, you're either going to be a great man or you're not. And the fact that we're having a conversation about him close to 60 years after his death speaks to his greatness. But
I would definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I admire the fact that he went to so many news outlets, because they wasn't complaining in 1959, not 60. What was it? Hate and was it To Hate? I forget the name of the documentary.
The Hate That Hate Produced.
Yeah, The Hate That Hate Produced. That blew the Nation of Islam up. They appreciated it then, right?
Can I tell you a secret, Fred?
No, yeah.
For me to join the Nation of Islam in 1990, the early 90s, right? I had to accept that the Nation of Islam had nothing to do with Malcolm X's death. And I was literally convinced, 100%. They played no role. It's a lie. I fell for that Kool-Aid. Now, for anyone that's out there, you can't say the Nation of Islam wasn't involved, because there are members who were literally arrested. Talmid Kaya, if you just want to say he was the only one involved, he was a member of the Nation of Islam. You can't get around that. He was from the New York Mosque. He actually named 4 more people and said, these are the guys that actually got involved. Now, recently, what's the word? Post-monthly or whatever, after these guys. No,
posthumously.
Yeah, posthumously.
Yeah,
guys were vindicated. 2 of the guys, allegedly now, 15X and the other guy, 3X, they said that they weren't involved. Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm still kind of skeptical on that.
There you go.
And the reason why I'm skeptical on that is because Betty Shabazz, from what, if I remember correctly, because I haven't studied Malcolm in like 15 years, but I had to study him a lot to get comfortable being around people in the Nation of Islam. Because I can't be a part of an organization that literally say, hey, I'm going to kill Malcolm and take him out. And they're responsible, and I'm going to say, hey, I'm down with y'all. No, I couldn't do that.
Right.
So I had to find every excuse in the book to say that the Nation of Islam was not involved. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. After doing my research, there's no way I could say that. I'm going to be honest. I know everybody going to be mad at me, but there's no way I could say that. The Nation of Islam, based on the information that I've studied on my own, the FBI tapes, Elijah Muhammad talking to Farrakhan the couple of days before, the recordings, there's no way I could say the Nation of Islam is not involved. Now, was the FBI involved? Me and Fred, we probably go back and forth on this, but the people that killed him is Nation of Islam. The people that, that was harassing him was Nation of Islam. But whether there's somebody behind the scene, because we always want to say somebody behind the scene, I'm not saying the FBI was involved, because we do have police testimony, the guy on the deathbed, don't know how legitimate that is, from the boss group. We do have FBI saying X, Y, and Z. I do have my jiu-jitsu teacher telling me how when he went to bodyguard Malcolm, they told him Malcolm wasn't going to speak that day, so he didn't show up. And when they finally realized it was a lie, Malcolm was being wheeled out. So that's a first-hand person who was a part of Malcolm's group that's telling me exactly what happened. So obviously somebody is doing something. There's some undercover stuff going on because we realized it was undercover people in there. But let me ask you this, Thunder and Fred. Let me get Thunder first. Do you think the FBI was involved in Malcolm X's murder?
Yeah, they confessed to that. That's no doubt. They had the guy. What was his name? I wish if I was prepared, I would have had it.
You talking about Gene Roberts? You talking about Gene Roberts?
Maybe, but he was a guy that was
Gene Roberts. That gave
him mouth to mouth on him after he was
Gene
shot.
Roberts.
Like that.
Yeah, he was definitely an FBI agent. But
Yeah, so
was he involved? But was he involved in the actual murder of Malcolm X? When you talk about murder, remember it's somebody who shot somebody. So
are you saying that the people were hired by the FBI to shoot Malcolm?
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to figure this out from a logical perspective.
Mm-hmm.
The gentleman that shot Malcolm X, they said they went. The Tommy here in his testimony. If y'all read the records, and Fred, you could correct me. If he said he went to the door and there wasn't searching,
and he also said had they searched, they wouldn't have gone in.
There you go. So now Gene Roberts, now your guy you just mentioned, he's the one that encouraged Malcolm allegedly, or somebody that don't search that day, which made absolutely no sense. That makes no absolute. I don't know why Malcolm would agree to that if he did. That makes absolutely no sense. A week before, somebody tried to kill you with the firebombing in a home or whatever, and you're gonna say don't search to come into where I'm speaking. That don't make no sense to me at all. That ain't make no sense. They came to the door, saw that there wasn't searching, went back to the car, got the guns. Now these gentlemen that did it, were they hired by the FBI? That's the only way you could say the FBI is involved. I'm not saying the FBI is not involved now. Don't shoot me down. But I'm saying if we're saying that, those gentlemen who pulled the trigger would have to be working for the FBI. Do we have information that those specific gentlemen were working for the FBI? That's the key.
If you could tie the gene whoever to them, then yeah.
That's fine, but he ain't pull the trigger.
No, if you could tie it, okay, in America,
to the not searching part. To the not searching part,
you have guilt by association. You have guilt by association, right?
Okay.
So it doesn't matter if the FBI paid whoever or not. If you are affiliated with this Gene person, you will be an accomplice to this man's murder. So yes, secondarily, the FBI would be
indirectly. Okay.
Indirectly.
So the gentlemen who pulled the trigger are affiliated with the FBI because of Gene Roberts. That's what you're saying.
No, if they are affiliated with Gene Roberts, then they would have to be accomplices to that murder. I mean, they would have to be working for the FBI indirectly.
All right. So what about the fact that the men who allegedly shot it were attached to the New York Mosque number 25, where Farrakhan was a rotating minister at the time? So now this is how Farrakhan is being blown up since the 90s. They requested him in the 60s, but in the 90s it started coming up. He was the minister over those guys in that mosque. So if those guys from that mosque are the ones that ended up killing Malcolm, how is the FBI? I'm trying to figure out how the FBI is involved. It's definitely above my pay grade, but what do you say, Fred?
So that day, Louis Farrakhan drove from Boston to be the guest minister at Mosque 25.
Right.
James Shabazz was over Mosque 25, and James Shabazz absolutely hated Malcolm because James Shabazz wanted number 7. He wanted number 7, and he thought that Elijah Muhammad, because James Shabazz was in jail with Elijah Muhammad. That's how they joined the Nation of Islam together. So he wanted Mosque number 7 because it's New York, the lights, the esteem, and it was the highest earning mosque in the nation. And James Shabazz's anger grew, but those 5 men were trained by members of Mosque 25, led by James Shabazz. Right now, when you connect, Gene Roberts was attached to Boss. Boss was a special operative police group which infiltrated all things. Yeah, Malcolm X, Nation of Islam. I consider them street sweepers. And what I mean by street sweepers is they're clearing and paving the way and playing both sides. So once we're able to see the names, you'll see all the people that infiltrated on the Malcolm X side. You'll see all the people that infiltrated on the Nation of Islam side. So I think that they knew that the Nation of Islam would ultimately murder Malcolm X based off of how they were playing their cards and based off of history, because they then also remember that they used Gene Roberts for the Black Panther Party.
Yes. You know what? You know what's crazy about it? I was going to interrupt Thunder when we brought him up. And I'm like, if we're so pro-Black and we hate snakes and snitches, how is it that this guy is able to infiltrate two of the most quote-unquote progressive organizations ever in the history of Black America the last 60, 70 years? How is it? One guy. Thunder, how is this one guy doing this? And it's like nothing.
Right.
We're supposed to be like snitches get stitches. Where is that code at? Where is it at? But this guy's running around, he infiltrated Nation of Islam, and he went to the Black Panther Party like, yeah, let me get around too. They don't believe me. I'm Black, I'm like, come on now. It's crazy.
I agree.
The reason why, if you look into it, why he's able to go to the Black Panther Party, because he's a part of Malcolm X group, and a lot of those members.
I was just about to say into
the Black Panther. So he was
it's like Khalid Muhammad. He's
crazy.
Right into, from the Nation of Islam straight to the Black Panther. It was a natural progression.
Right? But let me backtrack a little bit though. Why was the Nation of Islam so mad with Malcolm X? Go ahead, Fred. Why were they so mad with Malcolm
X? When you have control of somebody and then no longer have control of them, it angers you. You understand? Like, Malcolm was a truth sayer, and one, they hated him because he was going to be the predecessor, at least publicly, to Elijah Muhammad once he transitioned. The man died, and he also has the keys to the city. You understand? Like, every minister that's in the Nation of Islam at that time has the keys to the city. And he was unyielding to the threats. He didn't feel inferior. And he was ultimately in control, and he stood on truth. And when you are a composite of all these characteristics, then they got to get rid of you, because you're going to intercept the gravy train. And the gravy train is Elijah Muhammad's women. The gravy train is all the money being sent to Chicago. The gravy train is Mosque number 12 in Philadelphia, being killers, pimps, drug peddlers, etc. And it also unfolds all the unsanitary things that they've done that's led to that point. And then part two, from a public sector's eyes, Malcolm X is a media darling. You understand? So when you're a media darling, you have the keys to the city, people are never going to stop interviewing you. You have to get rid of that threat that will ultimately tear down the entire city in which the Nation of Islam's quote unquote created. So he was a threat. He was like a nuclear missile to the Nation of Islam. And and then you have all the under predecessors. Once we get rid of Malcolm, I know I'm next. Shit. This man got bronchitis. This man Elijah Muhammad can barely breathe. His sons are robbing him blind. Herbert Muhammad is not only robbing Elijah Muhammad, he's robbing Muhammad Ali. You get what I'm saying? And John Ali is literally allowing this to go on and on and on. And so it was a plan. It was a plan from up top. And in 1965, was it February 27th? No, he died. He was murdered 21st. So, but the following Saturday was Savior's Day.
Right. Or was it Saturday then? Okay.
Yeah, or the 20. It was that Saturday, Savior's Day. And he said, Louis Farrakhan said, now that we got things back to order.
Wow.
You see, Muhammad Ali clapping. You see everyone clapping and applauding, which was the murder. They were celebrating the murder of Malcolm X.
Yeah, when his two brothers, Philbert and the other one, whatever, I thought that was the most disgusting thing I ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I know you're part of a group, but to talk about Malcolm was a hypocrite live on stage. This is your blood brother. This is not somebody who you didn't know. This is somebody you struggled with through, whether it was foster care or growing up with your mom or whatever. And you're gonna go up there and say that he was a hypocrite. And I'm like, oh man, I can't do that, bro. I can't do that. I'm not being.
And to backtrack, Malcolm X spoke of this in his autobiography. His other brother Reggie, who was deemed crazy, he wasn't crazy. He was telling, and Malcolm spoke on this too. He should have gave his brother Reggie more attention because he wasn't crazy. He was the 1%. He was actually telling Malcolm, hey, this ain't gonna go well. These men aren't who they say they are. They kicked me out for the same sins that Elijah Muhammad and other ministers are committing. And Malcolm dismissed them for his unwavering faith and love for the Nation of Islam and Elijah Muhammad. And his last couple of years, he come to realize that he said the lack of family, the lack of love that surrounded Reggie killed him. And I think Philbert and those two brothers, they felt that way as well because they introduced him in prison to the Nation of Islam. Yeah, and now they have to live. They have to live with. They allowed the murder to happen. James Shabazz actually gave Philbert the letter that he read. I always get them confused with their names.
Right, with the names.
Yeah. But James Shabazz was sitting right beside him, and he read the letter. You know, so it's sad,
man. It's sad. It's really sad because when you think about it, we somebody sent me a question, right, for the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And not to change the conversation, but he said if Malcolm was alive today, what would you think would be different for African Americans on a whole, or Black folks on a whole? What would be different?
You want me to answer that, or you want?
Yeah, go ahead, Fred. No, let me ask Thunder first, because Thunder ain't speaking a minute. Go ahead, Thunder. What do you think about
that? First, man, I mean, I got to start at the beginning, bro. I mean, we kind of, y'all went past it. I'm not as high on Malcolm as y'all are. I think maybe that's probably.
That's fine. That's
probably where.
We're no personality worshippers here.
No, I ain't saying like that. I'm just saying when I think about the leader, was Malcolm X a leader? I think he was a follower myself. I thought he was a follower of Elijah Muhammad. So to me, the leader of the nation was not Malcolm. He was the face. Same thing like with Martin Luther King. Was he the leader of the civil rights movement? Absolutely not. He was a follower. He followed what SCLC told him. Mm-hmm. So to me, I don't look other than that martyrdom. I don't look at Malcolm. I look at Elijah way in a greater light than Malcolm all day long because he was an actual leader.
Oh, because he was a leader. Okay,
he was a leader. Yeah, he was one.
You don't think if Malcolm X he broke off, he started his own organization. He was the leader at that point of his organization. So he was a leader per se.
How many people he led?
The greatest speeches we've ever heard. The Ballad of the Bullet. He was at Oxford. He did a lot of different things. So he met with Martin Luther King. He met with African leaders. He did a lot. So I mean, to be a good leader, you have to be a good follower, right? So he was
a great follower. I'm talking about, was he a good leader? Was he a great leader?
When he started his movement, was he a good leader when he started his movement?
No, was he a great leader? Would you look at his movement, right? I forgot what it was called.
OAAU.
Right. So when you look at that, was that a great organization? Was it composed of hundreds of thousands of people? No, man. People.
You can't, but in that short, but you can't. That comparison is not a good comparison. That analogy is not good. You know why? Because remember, Elijah is building from a time period when, you know what, Black folks weren't able to run around freely and speak their minds at that time. To a time in the 60s, when they talk about the civil rights movement right before, that's when he died. So it's a total different part. That's why when people try to, I always tell people I blame Elijah Muhammad for like the Hebrew Israelites and Dr. Yorks and all those people, because they're trying to use the Bible the way Elijah did to pull Black people in. They're trying to do the same thing because they saw the success of Malcolm, Muhammad Ali, and Farrakhan. So I blame Elijah. I don't really blame, it's not the right word, but because of the success he had using the Bible, it influenced other people that they could do.
No, that lends to his great leadership. However you want to do it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Word it. It lends.
Right. Can we at least give Malcolm the fact that he died while he was a leader? We can't judge him based on that 1 year. Can we say that?
No.
You're being real negative right now for no reason.
Who, me?
Yeah.
You just told me. What did you just say? Hey man, you want dissent? I mean, I know.
That's you. I'm just saying though, can you judge him?
I'm not dissing Malcolm. I'm saying I don't look as highly on him as a leader than I do Elijah Muhammad. That's all I say. I didn't say nothing bad about it.
Fred, you want to respond to this, man?
Yeah, that's easy to respond to. The fact that in Thunder's mind, can I say one Thunder? Is that acceptable? Or you want Thunder?
No, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, thank you.
You call me. My name is Delvin. So Delvin, however you want to do it, bro.
Okay. Thunder, so they can get acclimated to your name. Thunder said that he called Elijah Muhammad, and I quote, a great leader. That's a problem in the Black community. Elijah Muhammad was a parasite. Elijah Muhammad took the money. Elijah Muhammad had over 30 kids. Elijah Muhammad married one woman. Elijah Muhammad told his kids to hide. Don't say my name. You can't say my name in the mosque. Karim Muhammad, what's his name? God damn it. Anyways, his son was on a podcast and said he couldn't admit that Elijah Muhammad was his son. His father, thank you. Ola Hughes was 14, 15 years old when she was impregnated. And the fact that he left 30 kids, multiple women. I mean, multiple, like it's 3 or 4. No, multiple, like 8, 9, 10 minimum, without financial resources. I take the money, I travel the world, I have sex with all these women, and then I'm entitled a great leader. No, that's a parasite. That's Judas to the 10th power. And when we speak of leaders in terms of leading to a place that makes Black people better, right? Whether it's 1% or 100%, it's I don't know how you measure it. You can't call Elijah Muhammad a leader. Elijah Muhammad used that congregation to peddle drugs, to peddle women, and I think we just need to say what it is for what it is, and that's the problem. Because now, guess what? Now we can call the leader of the Crips leaders. Now we can call the leader of the Bloods leaders. Or a pimp. A pimp is a leader. He got 10 women following him. They're parasites. And once we're free enough to say it, then we can move forward. But until Black America can say what it is, and they have like this placebo threat, right? Because if I mention Martin Luther King, you know what he's gonna say? Oh, he cheated on his woman hundreds of times, and he did this. He wasn't a leader. Because he's easy to do because there's not a threat out there, right? Mm-hmm. Like there's like this placebo threat of if you talk about Elijah Muhammad, Louis Farrakhan in their truth, they're coming to get you. You understand? And that's generational, because he just said, oh, Martin Luther King wasn't no leader, but I know what was dancing in his head, and it's all true, and it's all. But the real leader of the civil rights movement was JFK and LBJ. Those are the real leaders. You get what I'm saying? So if you want to have that conversation, that's for a whole nother day.
You know what? I'm gonna go and get my. I don't cut people off. I want you to talk. I'm gonna have my phone out because I want to write down what you're saying, because I need to respond to everything you say. I don't agree with nothing you just said.
That's fair.
I ain't saying you're wrong.
But that's fine though. That's what I brought you here.
No, it's an interview, and I don't want to make it a debate. You know what I'm saying?
This is an interview, but
It can be whatever it is.
this is we talking about Malcolm X and trying to be honest. I think we need to have an honest talk.
Yeah, okay. Honestly, Garfield, you called me being negative, right? You said I was being negative. This man just smirched Elijah Muhammad for 5 straight minutes, called him a parasite.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to you. You could say whatever you want. I'm not even going to edit this interview. I'm going to give it straight as it is. The only stop I'm going to stop is to promote his movie. That's it. I'm not editing nothing out of this. So my whole thing is, just to let everybody know my background, when I left the church and Rastafarianism, I joined the Nation of Islam. One, because when I was kicked out of college for that one semester, they actually came out and supported me and had a rally for my cause. So it kind of gravitated me as a teenager towards the Nation of Islam. And when I started studying them and all that stuff, I liked Farrakhan. I think Farrakhan said a lot of things that I liked, and I was attracted to his charisma. And he's a very well-spoken person, just like how Malcolm was. And you're attracted to what's called the Brooklyn Magic. Dr. York had the Brooklyn Magic. Elijah didn't have the Brooklyn Magic. He had a stutter. He had to claim he was Moses and he needed an era. So Farrakhan is the era. They got to put the Bible in. So now when you look at all of this stuff that's coming out now with the Nation of Islam, the truth of the matter is, did Elijah Muhammad have wives? This is what Farrakhan teaches. The people from the 60s don't teach that. They said he never had any other wife. His only wife was the one woman. What's her name? Not Khadija. Clara Muhammad. If you ask people who didn't join Farrakhan's group and just left Nation of Islam in the first resurrection, they said he never had no other wife. It's a lie.
No, Mr. Hawthorne just said that. He just said
Hold on. No. This is what I'm saying. They're saying the only one woman he had sex with. He only had sex with Clara Muhammad, and that the government is the one that's lying about him having multiple wives, right? So you have two different stories, and then you have the truth. Now, what is the truth? The people in the first resurrection says Clara Muhammad. People on the Farrakhan is saying his wives. Elijah Muhammad admitted throughout the whole time period when he was alive, he had no other wife but Clara. He never claimed these women. This is what he's telling you. So if he really did have these women and didn't claim them, isn't what Fred's saying kind of true, bro?
No, I'm not even. Listen, when we're saying great leader, right? Well, I'm not sure why he chooses to delve into personal character assassination when we're talking about a great leader, right? So, Mike Tyson. You like boxing? I love boxing myself. So let's talk about Mike for a minute on this hot boxing. He said,
"Hey, by the way, we're gonna do a show, Fred.
We need to do a show.
Let's go boxing show. Let's go boxing in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And just give me a date, and I'll get something. We'll just get it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Before I say, who's your favorite? Who your number one all time?
Today? Oh, all time? Ooh, Roy and Purnell.
I like Bernard. I'm a Bernard I think B Hop maybe or James Tony. I like those two. But so with being a great leader, you don't have Mike Tyson. He said he's met a lot of great people, but most of those great people aren't good people. And he broke it down. He said, man, we met a lot of great men, but they were bad guys. When you get down to the personal, when you get down to the knowing the dark side of people, and not good people. Very few good people on this earth. Matter of fact, Jesus said there's no such thing as a good person, right? Something like that. There are no good people. Everybody was sin itself. So I don't care how many wives he had or children, blah, 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 right? That, to me, that doesn't make him a great man. I will agree with you on that. If him as a person was not a good person, fine. Adolf Hitler as a person was not a good person, fine.
So why would you bring
leader?
How you bring
a leader? Donald Trump was not a good person. Fine. Joe Biden, not a good person. But as a leader, Elijah Muhammad was I don't care what personal you got on.
I know, but time out. Why are you bringing up Hitler, bro? Why?
Did you just hear what I just said?
I know, but why Hitler though? I'm like, what? But why? You can't compare Hitler with Malcolm X or with Elijah Muhammad.
He just compared Elijah Muhammad to the Bloods and the Crips.
Making a point of Donald Trump being a horrible person. You're trying to say Hitler is a horrible person.
Listen, man. Listen, you're almost like Sarnetta at this point. You get
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying.
He just compared Elijah Muhammad to the Bloods and the Crips. And you ain't say nothing. But when I say Adolf Hitler,
he never compared them. He say that, or we say that the leaders of the Bloods are leaders. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
He's not comparing them. He said,
let me ask you, is Adolf Hitler great? Was Adolf Hitler a great leader?
Oh man, what time is it? 6:48. Damn, I gotta get out of here. But I have a meeting with my brother Sarnetta too, so in a couple of minutes.
Was Adolf Hitler a great leader?
I don't know about that.
That's crazy.
I don't know about
That's crazy. Mr. Hawthorne, was Adolf Hitler a great leader?
I'm going to digress and say this. He wasn't leading secular. The man was leading a religious group. So when you're leading a religious group, it's God, it's integrity, it's a lot of tangible characteristics that you must possess to lead a religious group. And Elijah Muhammad did not have those characteristics. So he is not a great leader under the umbrella of a religious leader. You're comparing him to secular leaders. No, this isn't war. He was leading people through the Quran, via the Quran, Muhammad. And for that, he was the worst leader, one of the piss poor leaders.
Did he have a secular aspect to his leadership, man?
Yes, he had women. He had.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the stores, the businesses. Did he have any sort of secular aspect to him?
Yeah. Economically, he was very smart, very intelligent. But again, hold on. Everybody stop for a minute. As far as economics, now he's talking about as far as a moral leader, we might have a problem with Elijah Muhammad. That's all Fred is saying. As a leader.
Fine. Morally, yes, bad guy.
Let me say let me say this for Malcolm X, by the way, too. I thought reading his autobiography was very inspirational. And in a sense, in his autobiography, I get a sense of somebody being perfect. And I don't think Malcolm X was perfect, but I get the sense that his autobiography portrays him to be like the perfect man. And I remember there was an incident when he announced his engagement to Betty Shabazz. Mm-hmm. And the woman ran out. You see, now this comes into question because some women ran out the mosque. They ran out the mosque because they thought they were the ones.
Mr. Hawthorne, was Malcolm X a great leader? Yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely,
sad, man. You see what I'm saying? I can't do it. This is we can't say Malcolm is a great leader and Elijah was a great leader, man.
Well, the same woman that you speak of, Elijah Muhammad, had sex with her, put a baby in her. You get what I'm saying? So it's.
Hey, in Jamaica, right? Hold on, Fred. In Jamaica, we have something called pussy feelings, where if you find out a dude is screwed a chick that you like, you carry pussy feelings. And I'm not trying to denigrate Malcolm and Elijah. But it seems like once he found out that Sister Evelyn was one of the sisters and he was actually supposed to marry that sister too, I think it went to a whole nother level emotionally. I don't know. I'm just saying.
So he's human. I would agree with you. He's human. And then too, she's from Louis Farrakhan's mosque in Boston. So that tells you the ring in which is going on. You know what I mean?
Man. Oh man. Yo, we need to do a part 2, man. We need to do a part 2. We gotta do a part 2, man. Fred, I gotta wrap up part 1 right now. But Fred, tell me a day. I'm gonna end the recording and stay on. And a day when we can do a part 2 to this and then we got to do a part 2, and then we got to do a boxing show. That's a straight boxing show we could talk about. All right. So let me stop the recording 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, this is part 1 of Malcolm X. It's getting hot in here, man. Oh, man, I got to change my shirt. Man. I got the temperature is hot. But you know what it is? You're never going to get this conversation that we're having anywhere else. Because if you had somebody from the Nation of Islam on, then my boy going to hit you. Why you tell me so? Nah, because then we going to get a religious aspect that we want a straight up aspect right here. Right. They know. All right. Hey, listen, man. That was a great dialogue, man. I don't care how y'all feel. Hey, Grown Man 73, that was on the Dagger Squad YouTube. This is the Brother Garfield podcast. This is the Brother Garfield podcast. Yesterday we were on the Dagger Squad YouTube. It's 2 different channels. I'll give you a wrench, brother. Calm down. Now, I want y'all to jump on. The link is up there. Let's get this conversation going. We're going to keep it going for another hour and a half. What do y'all feel about the dialogue? Let's talk about it. And I want Thunder. I didn't get the chance. You didn't get the chance to say what you had to say about Elijah. If you want to say what you got to say, go ahead, bro. And I apologize for cutting you off. Yes, I did. Watching it over, yeah, I did a Sarnetta. I did do a Sarnetta. I gotta admit when I'm wrong. I gotta admit it.
What you want me to talk about? A lot. What you want me to say, man? Elijah, come on, man.
You wanted me to say on my channel that Hitler was a great leader. Yo, get out of here.
All right.
He was a horrible leader.
How?
He was a horrible leader. He was a horrible person.
There you go, horrible person.
You see, the thing now with Elijah Muhammad, right? You have a problem now because you got people who support Farrakhan who said it was wise. You got the people who don't join Farrakhan's group, his version of Nation of Islam. They said he never had any wife. All lies. Even to this day. Remember, if you're coming on just to disrespect Elijah Muhammad and say Elijah this, Elijah,
he's gonna bang on me, probably.
I don't want to hear that. We talking about the facts on the ground. We know Elijah Muhammad may have had wives based on what we know today. He did what he did. We know you don't believe in Islam. We don't believe in none of that. Now, what you gonna add to the conversation, Rembrandts? Whatever you gonna add, let me know. But
all right. So Elijah Muhammad, yeah. Let's look at the ideology. That he.
Hey, Rembrandts, before you say anything, Thunder got to finish his point about Elijah Muhammad being a great leader. Go ahead. You got to make that point. You got 5 minutes.
Elijah Muhammad had a nation of the majority. I'll put it like this. He interjected himself into a conversation that had nothing to do with the Muslim movement at all. He literally invented a religion, made it black, got hundreds of thousands, if not millions of black people to follow him. In the process, he enriched himself, he enriched his family, I'm sure. He also changed a lot of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of black lives for the better. It's really, and then you're gonna say he had sex with a bunch of women, man. That don't register to me when it come down to big picture. Now I will say pedophilia, all that stuff does make you a less of a great man. Yes, I can't get around that, but. Yeah, you can't get around him being a great leader and probably the greatest black leader ever in the history of this country.
You know what? You might be right.
I mean, because
based on certain criteria, yes. I don't think he's the best moral leader.
No.
But I think as far as economic empowerment outside of the church, he's the greatest black leader I've ever seen.
Ever.
The greatest black leader I've ever seen outside of the black church.
I mean, you can go through
that's a different conversation. He's talking about him overall as a moral, because when you talk about leadership,
I don't have those conversations.
That's why he compared him to the Bloods and the Crips.
That's fine. He can do that.
See where he's going now. That's why he said that.
No, I'm not saying he was wrong.
Available, by the way.
I wasn't disagreeing with the comparison. I was disagreeing with you cutting me off when you allow him to say.
I apologize, man. I'm gonna keep this show up. I apologize again, bro. Let me text Fred and see if he's available.
Cohiba Blaze say, is he greater than Frederick Douglass or Booker T. Washington? Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington were leaders of who?
Well, Booker T. Washington is one of the greatest leaders because he's the one that pushed. That's who Marcus Garvey wanted to hook up with.
Who did Booker T. Washington lead? I'm asking you.
He led a lot of people. You forget he started all these schools and everything. I don't think a lot of people know what.
He was a school guy, but was he a leader?
Elijah Muhammad's program is based off of Booker T. partially. It's based off of Booker T too. And remember, Elijah's program is based off of Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey is based off of Booker T.
Yeah, so but who did Booker T lead? I agree. He was an educator. He wasn't a leader.
Yes, he was a leader.
All right, let's look it up.
I'm not an FBA. It's not even my business. But I'm telling you, Booker T is the man. I'm telling you. Look at what Sister Tiffany wrote. Now you're going to listen because Sister Tiffany says it. So
you ain't lying.
She ain't lying, right? You ain't
you ain't lying. I'm about to listen to Tiffany. Matter of fact, whatever she says, she right. It ain't nothing to talk about.
Now, remembrance, go ahead, man. I gave Thunder his 5 minutes.
Booker T is the man. I ain't hate no Booker T. I said, who did he lead? What was it? What?
Go Google it.
Who did he lead?
Listen. I'm gonna let.
All right. So Elijah Muhammad, yeah. What was these great economic plan that he invented, and what religion did he invent? Because he stole a lot of information from the Ahmadiyya Muslims. His whole ideology was based on a lie.
Oh, all right.
He knew everything. Wait. Everything he was telling black people, he knew that it wasn't true. He was just a scammer. He kicked his own son out of his house because he wouldn't worship Farad Muhammad. So you tell black people the black man is God and the white man is the devil, then you turn around and tell them to start worshiping a white man. This is the person that is saying is the greatest leader. The person that said that black people look the way that West Africans look the way they look because it's a curse from God. That we're supposed to have straight hair. This is so you go from the low self-esteem from worshiping the white Jesus to another low self-esteem.
All right.
From low self-esteem to low self-esteem.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna let you finish.
No. Like this is what doesn't make any sense. Right. You're saying he's a great leader because he amassed money.
No, I didn't.
So that means.
No.
You didn't hear me say that.
He had his leadership, my brother. He actually had one of the most successful movements ever in America as a movement. Look outside the church, you won't find a greater leader as far as of straightening out men who were in prison, as far as economic empowerment. The man was so powerful, he had international trade with South America. He had fish. He also had jobs, was creating and hiring people. They had feeder trucks that was going all over the country. They had agriculture. The man actually was a majority shareholder in a damn bank.
All right. Did he achieve his goal? No, wait, 1 second. One question.
Reverence, don't do that. I made you talk and I shut up while you
all right.
So you do the same while I'm talking. Relax. Now, if his teachings is bad, that means anybody who is a Christian, a Muslim, or a Hebrew is also bad. But we're not talking about the teaching. We're talking about leadership. What my brother Fred was talking about is moral leadership. That's a wider range because you have different forms of leadership you're looking at. Thunder was trying to put Hitler in that. I don't think Hitler was a good leader at all. That's why he failed. Because he was an idiot. He was an idiot. That's why he failed.
Elijah Muhammad was an idiot.
Reverence, it's Thunder's time to speak now. Then after that is James, and then you come back to you.
All right, good. So
go ahead, Thunder.
The story of Hitler has been told. He died in the 30s. So we're going on 100 years.
40,
you can turn on
44.
44. Good. So you could turn on any Netflix or you still gonna see new movies about Adolf Hitler. The man, we ain't even got to get into him leading the Nazis. We ain't gonna do that. Let's just talk about what he did for Germany. If you look at the interstate system that was invented and created with the help of and implemented with the help of Adolf Hitler. We talking about the expansion of Germany was headed by Adolf Hitler. Not to mention all the stuff he did, the leadership, like I said, establishing and leading the Nazi movement. That was leadership, and he got them to do whatever he wanted to do, when he wanted to do it, how he wanted to do it, to whom he wanted to do it, and not to mention global dominance. Not dominance, but he was a global superpower. He helped Germany become a superpower that ruled, took over land. That's all that happened under his leadership. This story has not. This is the old story that everybody should know.
Hold on 1 second. Hey, and by the way, too, I need to ask somebody, because I'm not an FBA ADOS or a person that grew up in this country. Was the age of having sex with a woman at the time of Elijah Muhammad was 15 considered to be underage? I'm gonna give a perfect example. In Jamaica, before 1988, you could have sex with 14-year-old women. Okay, let me just make that clear. So in Elijah Muhammad's day, was it bad to have sex with a 15-year-old or a 16-year-old woman? And this is an honest question, because I just thought about it. Maybe it, brother La, you shaking your head. I don't know. I'm not from here, bro. I'm not from here.
Brother La.
I'm not from here. I don't know.
What you got, James?
All right.
Let me know when I can talk, man.
My Native American James.
Whatever. Anyway, my whole thing is that with Elijah Muhammad, how sustainable was his method?
Hold on. By the way, why are we picking on Elijah Muhammad, by the way?
No. I'm just asking a question.
What?
His model that he had where he established the fisheries and everything, why did it crumble as soon as he died? Why didn't he set up a direct path of leadership after he passed?
Oh, well, that's...
All right. Now, that question, I can answer that. His son took over, and when his son took over, he basically transferred the Nation of Islam to Orthodox Muslim and sold all the properties and everything. So that's I don't want to talk about that.
Open the shut case.
Forget about that. Brother Law, jump in. And then Kale, I'll get to you. Go ahead, Brother Law. Brother Law, you shake your head when I said the age. All right. This is what I'm saying to you, though. In Jamaica, the age for a female to have sex is 14
years old.
Before 1988. After 1988, it went to 16. So what I'm saying is, in 1959 or 1960, was the age of consent for having sex at the time? We need to look that up.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Let's look that up. Because if we're saying he slept with underage girls, I think that's a bad charge. And I'm going to tell you why. Sean said, Garfield is like, I apologize. Yes, I am innocent here and there. Not anymore. I used to be, but not anymore. Because I'm going to say
right here.
Because listen to this carefully though. We wouldn't have sex with a 14-year-old when we were 40. We wouldn't do that. But in a religious, hold on there. The link is in the chat, beloved.
Be easy now, Garfield.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Let me be careful with what I'm saying.
When you want to move like you're bright, you're bright.
Right. You gotta check me, man. You see, I love you, bro. You gotta check me when I'm going down the wrong path. All right. Now watch this, family. Remember, the sisters was in LA, and Elijah Muhammad was in Arizona mostly, and he was in Chicago. So let's check those two states. He was in Arizona and he was in Chicago. What is the age of sexual consent in those states in 1960?
I can't. Everybody's age of consent history. Oh, I gotta create an account. That's on study.com. That's what I was. Age of consent history.
That's not the point, Sean. the age of consent in Jamaica up until 1988 was 14 years old. That means if you could be 90 years old, you could have sex with a 14-year-old. As gross as it is, I'm not into young girls. I always love older women. I don't have that problem. I'm not into young girls.
And that's all that counts, brother.
Right? So now I'm trying to figure out if in Chicago, and I need my FBA ADOS family to help me out. Let me take off.
I mean, really, to be honest with you, Garfield, are you finished talking, Garfield?
Here goes Amin Ra McCarthy. He gonna help me out right now. This is my big bro right here. He gonna help me out right now.
Hey, share my screen, man.
Amin Ra, are you familiar with the age of consent? Let me look at this right here.
No, I'm not.
By 1920, 26 states had an age of consent of 16. 21 states had an age of consent at 18, and one state, Georgia, had an age of consent at 14. Now, Elijah Muhammad was in Georgia. I'm not trying to defend the man now. Hold on. Scroll back up. Hold on one second.
And it used to be 10 and 12.
Wow.
It used to be 7 in Delaware in 1871.
Wow.
7.
It was 7 in Delaware.
1871. Yep.
Wow. No, the Jamaicans say wow. These folks over here, wow. 7 years old?
7.
Wow.
Delaware,
Let's
bro.
show you how sick.
No, Elijah was a rookie. He was a rookie then.
Rookie, yeah, he was late.
He's late to the game. He's a rookie. But think about it now, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want to think about that, man.
You know what I'm saying? I know. I apologize to the community wholeheartedly. It's a horrible conversation. I'm not trying to defend Elijah Muhammad, but I'm trying to figure out.
Hawaii was 14 to 16 in 2001. That's recent. 14.
2001 in Hawaii.
Hawaii.
It changed from 14 to 16 in 2001.
The last two states that read it from under 16, Georgia, 1995, 14.
Wow. 1995, family.
Damn.
No.
Come on, man.
Let me ask this one question for y'all brothers right now.
All right, that's it. Take that off the screen. We don't want to talk about it some more. We're done with that. All right, let's move on. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say something. Can I say this one thing?
Yeah. Go ahead.
For all y'all brothers that's on this panel right now, how many of y'all brothers got daughters?
I got 2 daughters.
I got 1.
All right.
I got 3.
5 boys, 3 girls.
Okay. For all these brothers that's on the panel right now, your youngest daughter, if you found out a grown man was touching your little baby, what would you do?
Yeah, you changing the conversation now.
I mean, he's dead, but
you changing the conversation, brother.
yeah,
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Thunder.
What you're doing is you're almost accusing him of raping.
I'm not. Listen.
No, I'm not accusing him of raping. I'm not accusing him of raping at all.
Brother Law. I'm going to stop that conversation. I'm going to move on and get back.
Okay, there we go.
No problem. You're right.
Emotional.
You're right.
Everyone will say, I would kill this. I would kill that.
No. I wouldn't say that. I'm just looking at it. Go ahead, brother.
And I remember dating a girl here in New York, and the girl said the guy broke her virginity when she was 13 and he was 30. This is regular in Jamaica. I'm talking about Jamaica, where I live, where I grew up, where I was born. So I don't need to even entertain the conversation over here because my country where I'm born have a pedophile problem. They got a serious problem in Jamaica. So now when I come up here now and I got involved with the Nation of Islam, they have a rule in the Nation of Islam. No man can be alone with their daughters. No man can be alone with their sisters. No man can be alone with women, period. You always gotta have another adult around, which is a female who is an adult. Because guess what? You have stories where men are actually sleeping with their own daughters. This is what I was when I was involved in the Nation of Islam. So when we talk about what we would do with our daughters, we are a sick people.
That's facts.
So now, moving forward, That's the
Please,
last. That's the last.
please,
That's the last.
please, man.
A woman on the panel. But let me say that though. Let's get back.
No, my point was, I mean,
Let's get back to Malcolm X.
charge him with anything you want to charge him with. We talking about his leadership. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about any moral compass of his at all.
Hey, let me get Amin Ra in, because
Amin Ra
the Lord was wanted to speak, so the Lord kept kicking him out.
Amin Ra McCarthy is a pastor. He's familiar with, I'm sure he's familiar with several, if not most.
No, don't put that on him. He came in.
No, listen what I'm saying.
Topic. No, you.
No. I'm not on that. I'm saying I'm talking about morally bankrupt pastors. He's aware of several. I know you are, but you would still say that at least some of those pastors that you feel are morally bankrupt, damn near, you would still say they were great pastors. They're still paraded around in their church. Matter of fact, everybody right now, Google House of Prayer, and you see how they worship these the pastors they have. Those pastors can do no wrong. So Amin Ra McCarthy is very much aware of the stuff that plagues us as humanity. I mean, as far as people
you don't know
being
that.
morally bankrupt.
You don't know that. He could have been living in a box. You can't say what.
Okay, that's fine.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Brother Amin Ra McCarthy, talk about what came on.
Thunder, you was just reaching. Thunder, you was reaching.
No, that wasn't a reach. Okay, Amin Ra, was that a reach?
Nah, leave it alone, man. Talk about what you want to talk about, bro. Talk about what you want to talk about.
I just want to say that in every aspect of life, every good leader we've ever known has some personal flaws, some tangible flaws. And you can find it. I don't care who it is, as long as it's any human man or woman that has been a leader in this world has had some type of human flaw.
There you go.
And so if you find on and harp on that, that doesn't take away from the things that they have accomplished in life. And in some points, in some instances, their moral character can overshadow what they have done good for the community or for the world.
In some cases.
But yeah, in some cases. But there is no perfect person. There is no perfect pastor. There is no perfect leader, president, nothing. You know what I'm saying? Idi Amin was an excellent leader for his people.
That's fact.
But it was also had some atrocities that he did. You know, Gaddafi had a lot of things he did, they say wrong, but he was trying to organize money for his people. So it just depends on who it is. You know, it depends on who it is. But I did have a question for the panel, and it's kind of a little bit different. And Sister Tiffany, she's, if you are morally bankrupt, you are disqualified in some eyes, because it depends. Some people don't believe it. You know, some people don't believe, I don't believe he did that. I don't believe she did that. You know what I'm saying? Just like Trump followers, you know, some people, that's what I'm saying. And some people, you know, it's a lot of things he does that the policies that were good. And no matter what he say or do, some people are not going to say, nah, that was wrong. Even if it was wrong, that doesn't take away from some of the policies that he did institute to help this country. You know, in some people's eyes. But the question I wanted to have, guys, whenever you get a chance to get to it, you don't have to answer it now. But I watched that Woman King movie, and I wanted to know, and it was a great movie, showed the sisters in power and all those things. But I wanted, does anybody think, other than me, that there was a hidden message in that movie? If you've seen it, what do y'all think the hidden message?
It wasn't even no hidden message. That message was wide open.
I didn't watch it. Rob didn't tell me about it, but I didn't watch it.
What Rob won't tell you?
I mean, we talked about it months ago. It was some homosexual stuff that they were portraying. I think the people who made the movie, and I don't remember. He said something about it. I don't remember. I gotta call him. I
didn't see much homosexual stuff, but it was. I didn't see that eunuch. He was the eunuch, and I didn't know the movie was that old. I just saw it. I didn't know it was that old. So if it's that old, don't worry about it. We can talk about something else. I thought it was fairly new, but it just seemed like some undertones of demasculizing the black man.
It was all about, of course, the feminist movement, right? We got that part, but it was also, you're right, demasculization. It was emasculization or emasculating, furthering the emasculation of
You know what? I don't want to go in that direction
Of
because we're
course
still
not.
talking about Malcolm X. Today's the anniversary. But Malcolm X, I'm gonna go around the whole thing. What do you guys, Lake Kale? We went past you several times. I apologize, beloved. Kale, what do you want to say, beloved?
Big up, brother Garfield and the rest of the panel. Now, I was just wondering, brother, that we have to understand political science. You know, the basics of it. You know, having knowledge of the system and its political behavior, etc. And what I noticed with the Elijah Muhammad is that he left a way of identifying the enemy and the economics, and we have to learn to separate personal from the political side, which is very important, and not put it, you know, lean towards the brother, the pastor or the minister, Amun Ra, because if we can separate that, brother Garfield, then we can use the blueprint and liberate and organize our people. If we start attacking, he's unmoral and this, then it kind of dilutes the political achievement what they did. If that makes any sense.
Hey, Kale, can I say this? Maybe that's the problem. Because every leader that comes, they have a moral issue with some woman, and then there's this whole basis. No disrespect to Brother Amin Ra and his religion, but there's this whole thing that Adam got tricked by Eve. So the woman is the reason, the fault why we are suffering under sin in the world. So it seems like all these leaders blame the woman. When Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad died, did you know that the Black Panther Party, they was going around saying it's the woman's fault? She had sex with Dr. Khalid that night. Oh, it's her pussy. It's her this. It was disgusting. You should have heard they talking about this black woman, but we're supposed to be black people. I don't mean to curse on the channel because I'm not even about that anymore. But they was blaming the black woman for having sex with Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad because he died that night. Blaming the black woman. So we always blaming women.
Yeah.
So we sweep it under the rug whenever a woman said there's sexual abuse, sweep it under the rug. No, stop sweeping it under the rug. We need men. We need men who stand on every form of structure. And it seems like morality in our community is always swept under the rug. It's okay to rob the bank and give the rest of the community the money. Let's do some Robin Hood stuff. It's okay to do that. It's okay to hit your woman. If she raise her voice, I'm going to hit her in the face. I'm going to punch her out. Yeah, she deserve it because it's a woman. I think that's our major problem. And I think this is one thing Farrakhan always says, and I agree with him. The reason why we are disrespected as the people is because we always disrespect our woman.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Now, I'm on Clubhouse, right? You guys know I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, but I'm always in those rooms because I debate these things. This sister came to me and said, yo, this dude had called her a bitch. If you call a black woman a bitch in front of me, I don't F with you anymore. That's my own personal rule. I'm not saying for you to do that, but I don't think we should call a black woman a bitch.
Yeah,
that's
but
right.
no,
me.
That
is me. I don't care if you're upset. I don't care if she did. I don't care what she did.
Sarnetta done it several times, Garfield.
Call a black woman a bitch.
Sarnetta has done it several times.
All right, but hold on now. Let's go back to Kale. What Kale said. Because Kale really
hold on. Sarnetta has done it several times.
Hold on, Thunder.
Okay,
Kale now made the point about we should look the other way, or not, I'm paraphrasing because don't worry about the moral. You see, the thing is, the same plan that Elijah Muhammad put in place is what Booker T, what Garvey put in place. It's the same plan that Booker T put in place. So the plan, the blueprint is there. We don't need. I don't know if everybody has watched 1985, the Power lecture by Minister Farrakhan. The blueprint is there for black people. The problem is you can't find 100 people, Amin Ra McCarthy, that will follow that program.
Yeah.
You won't find 100 people in your city that say, hey, let's pool our resources and do this. Because we are now in an integrated society. It was easier for Elijah because he was in a segregated society. So he would say the white man is the devil and pull black people together. It's better and easier that way. Now we're in an integrated society.
Elijah
what happened now?
I don't know how many people.
I think we have a problem.
We're comfortable. We're comfortable, Amin Ra McCarthy. We're comfortable.
You're right. I think we have a problem with leaders as far as every group or every sect wants to be the leader. And so they say follow this way because we spit out the bones, take the meat. But even if you do that and we come together to say let's put all this together for the benefit of us, there's still gonna be so many that want to be the head person of that group. And so you're always we're always in conflict with who's gonna be leading, who's gonna follow. And that's why I started home to do my home, be the leader of my home, and hope that it can spread as far as it can. Because when we try to do all these different groups, Hebrew Israelites, Christian, Kemetic, or all that, have some great, strong points. But at the same time, one of them wants to be the leader at all times, and that's what I think that we run into.
Okay, this is for the chat.
No, I don't want to get into that.
I know, it's 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'm just saying, scroll down and just look. Just 30 seconds. Just scroll down, put in women king, emasculation, and you will see women king and emasculate, women king, all the way down. That's it. I'm sure. It's not me, man.
I think older black men are just like. I think y'all just extra sensitive to that stuff, bro. It don't mean nothing, bro. It's written by 2 white women, bro.
Yeah, that ain't gonna do with what I'm talking about.
Nah, don't worry about that. I met Belton.
Y'all always said about y'all masculinity.
Hold on a second. Kahiba Blaze says that Garfield just got killed by Thunder again because Thunder said Sonida. Yeah, Sonida has a problem.
Juju.
He has a problem. He definitely has a problem.
What's up, Juju? I hope you're doing well. But
he definitely has a problem with calling women that. But look at this though. Here goes another story: Samson and Delilah. So this is again another influence in our community. You talk, oh, you are damn Jezebel, you are damn Delilah, and we curse the women out because we're trying to say women are deceptive and evil, so we should never trust them. This is what's going on. So what we do is treat women anyway because we have this biblical background that says the reason why we have sin in the world is because of women.
Yeah.
That's how we grew up. That's how we grew up. So when a woman complains, she deserved that. I'm not saying it's right, but she deserved it. It's true.
That's unfortunate because the story doesn't pertain to doesn't clearly say that's the reason. He said the woman gave in and I did eat. He told her I ate. He didn't say she forced it down my throat. But a lot of people will use that and blame the woman. You know what I'm saying? We got a lot of people who will blame our women for mistakes that we chose to do that. If it's true,
Juju,
we chose to eat about it.
Everybody, let's welcome my sister Juju on here.
Juju,
I love you so much, Juju. She's like a breath of fresh air. So let me hear Juju come in and beat us up. Let's beat us. You have permission to beat up all the men on the panel.
No, she beat me up all day. I already know what she about to do. First of all, Juju, I hope you're doing well. Hope the treatment and everything
well, health-wise
and everything.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm doing much better. I'm in immunotherapy. I'm doing immunotherapy right now. So,
Amino? Okay.
Yeah.
What is that? I never heard that. What is that?
That's a whole nother show. But immunotherapy is where they try to enhance your immune system.
Google it, bro. You Google everything.
I got you. No problem.
Go ahead, sis. What you got to say in your mind? What's on your mind?
Just let me tell you, the hyperbaric chamber is good for that too, sister.
Listen, so here's the thing with all that. We can do another show on all this science stuff dealing with my personal health issues because I got a lot to share. But I mean, I was vegan and did all those different things. So in this journey in my life, I keep it science forward. I'm not doing no guesswork. Let's just put it like that. I came on the panel because I heard my name. Thank you, Thunder. And we were talking about issues concerning women, and there's not one woman on the panel. So I wanted to bring some balance to it. So just a response to Thunder, I'm segueing on the whole woman king issue. The movie was an excellent movie. I don't care who wrote it. It has nothing to do with historical fact per se. It's for entertainment. Let's keep that, at the forefront. A lot of times we get caught up in entertainment and movies and want to push that as, absolute fact. And that's not the case. So let's all keep it in context and perspective. But it's always good to see us in a positive light, particularly women who are at the very bottom of the totem pole when it comes to African women. Because, at times I do feel, and it has been exemplified throughout society, that we are the least protected species on the earth, you know, even by some of our own, but there's neither here nor there. But I would like to say, even in that movie Thunder, she bowed to the king. I mean, the only one time she, you know, kind of say she disrespected him by going to get her daughter, but I mean, that's a woman, you know, for her child. But other than that, you know, I don't read too much into the stuff about you know, the masculinity of the black man, because I don't think it was that. It just showed the other side, that women did have power. We did exercise that power, and that power was shared, you know, with and by the men. And I think everything has to do with perspective. So if you want to swing it like that, we can swing it like that. But we also have a choice to build our perspective in a more positive light. And I think sometimes we get carried away in the hoopla. You understand what I'm saying?
I agree 100%, sister.
I agree.
That's all I had to say, Thunder. Love you though, and I
I love you
appreciate
too.
you.
All right, Fred just inboxed me. He said he's available, so hopefully he'll jump on and we could get into
Oh
this.
yes.
Get out in here in a minute. But let me get Kale and Remris back. So let me ask y'all this. So we should overlook Kale. So you were saying that we should just overlook what Elijah did. But let's get off of Elijah Muhammad for 1 second, right? What about Malcolm X? Would you say Thunder said Malcolm X was no leader? What do you say about Malcolm X?
No, Malcolm X was definitely a leader for the community, especially how he was trying to gather the black people to unite on the continent, and his political efforts as well. No shadow of a doubt, he was a leader. When you know about his parents, I'm sure everyone knows the Littles. You know, they were followers in the Garvey movement, and they cultivated to a certain extent. His older sister, big up to her, she helped him as well. And yeah, we can't take that away from him. He was definitely a black leader, man, for our community, definitely.
What do you think, Remris? You think Malcolm X was a leader?
I mean,
both of y'all in England, man. So you're supposed to have a good connection, Remris. Y'all can't blame the internet. You got the same internet company as Kale. Get out of here, bro. Hello.
Miss Tiffany said Malcolm was the leader.
No, we're talking about Malcolm X. All right, another time. Right.
Hello, yeah. Anyone that was in a leadership position is a leader, isn't it? But why are we moving away from Elijah Muhammad? Because
no,
Malcolm X
asked you a
was
specific question.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Nah, I'm not dealing with you tonight, bro. I'm asking you. I don't need two English guys on anyway. One is enough. Nah, let me stop. Go ahead, bro.
I'm talking about Malcolm X.
Go ahead.
Malcolm X was put in a leadership position by Elijah Muhammad. But it goes to show, yeah, that you see, you can be great as an individual, yeah, but if you're under the wrong leadership, you're gonna fail.
Was Malcolm X
especially when you're
was he a leader? Yes or no?
I already said that if you're in a leadership position, you're a leader, and he was put in a leadership position by Elijah Muhammad, so obviously he was a leader.
Okay, James, do you think Malcolm X was a leader?
100%.
All right, because Thunder is saying he wasn't a leader. That's what Thunder was saying for the whole show. Go ahead, Thunder, your turn. I'm gonna let them beat you up.
That's fine. Malcolm X was a great follower of Elijah Muhammad. Up until the point where he turned his back on his leader and decided to expose his leader.
Mm-hmm.
He got kicked out. Long story short, he decided to start a couple of organizations. I think he started 2 organizations.
Muslim Mosque Incorporated and OAAU.
There you go. I'm not sure what
Professor James Smalls used to be the bodyguard for his sister.
I did not know that.
Sister, yeah.
But when you look at those those organizations that he started. He was a leader. How many people was in them? How many people did he lead? What good did that community? What good that organization do in the community, et cetera, et cetera? I don't have a clue what those organizations did, but compared to what he did under the leadership of Elijah Muhammad, it ain't even close. So, to me, you know, he profited. Well, he shined most under leadership compared to being a leader.
Okay, I think we're in a situation where we get sensitive when we talk about the past, and we're naturally connected to the past as far as we look at people and try to emulate them or try to have them relived every year. This is why February 21st, we always remember Malcolm X. May 19th on his birthday, remember Malcolm X. And every year we bring up Farrakhan or Elijah Muhammad having to do with the death of Malcolm X. Because it's something, what the Nation of Islam got to do it on. They definitely have to come out and say, hey, there were some rogue members that did some shit and we didn't approve of it. That's what they need to come out and say. But they want to say, oh, it's a conspiracy, the FBI, and they play all this role. All you got to do is, once they admit to certain things, then it eliminates you from blaming them every year. Every February 21st, it comes up. Go ahead, Amin McCarthy. Go ahead.
I would say I can see where Thunder's coming from. He might not be as great as leader as Elijah Muhammad, but I think he was a good leader. So the simple fact, anytime people can see how you come from a life of crime and into a life of cleanliness, that is a good leadership quality. And the second thing is, if the FBI become involved in your movement, then you got to be a good leader or the potential to be a great leader. Otherwise, they wouldn't give a damn. It's because he has such power or such a potential to lead Black folks out of the conditions that we were in, the FBI even got involved. If they thought that he was just nothing fly by night type of person, they wouldn't even be involved. So if they get involved into your movement like that, something is scaring them.
Was Dr. York a good leader?
I don't know much about Dr. York. I know all I heard was the negative things. I saw a book that he wrote a long time ago. It was a little outlandish to me, but I don't know much about him to make a
Dr.
statement.
York got thousands
His name is
of Black
Dr.
people.
York. Let's stop calling him a doctor though. He's not.
Okay, Malachi Z. York.
Thank you.
That's fair. Appreciate that. So Malachi York led thousands of Black people. He got thousands of Black people to join his organization, fall under his leadership, drink the Kool-Aid. Jim Jones, all these people were very influential. Garfield called it the Brooklyn Magic. That's fine, but even with that Brooklyn Magic, Malachi York, he wasn't a fly by night. He was in rotation for a minute. It wasn't just no 1 or 2 years. He was in rotation for a minute, bro. So, yeah, I mean, how can you say he wasn't at least a good leader?
I mean, words like good and bad are relative and subjective. It's not matter.
That's fine.
I mean, if you're saying somebody's a good leader, if I lead you across the street, then I did a good job in leading you across the street. Doesn't mean I'm a good person.
If you lead,
Dr. York,
fine.
Dr.
If you
York
led me across the street,
let him talk though. At least let him get something out. He just jumped on and you ready to jump down Cujo. Poor Cujo.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Big up, Virginia. I apologize, Garfield. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Cujo. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm saying you're like this good and bad leader. It sounds like a children's conversation. I mean, good and bad are relative. Was Malcolm X a leader? Of course he was. Was Dr. York a leader? Of course he was. I mean, so was Joseph Smith. He was a leader as well. Just because you have people that follow you don't mean it's good or bad. I mean, those are subjective things. That's silly. That's silly.
All right, so hold on, Kojo. Hold on a second, bro. So you're saying that we can't say if Dr. or Malachi Z. York was a good or bad leader?
You can say whatever you want.
No, I can't gloss over that. Are you saying he was a good or great leader?
I wouldn't say he was a great leader. I mean,
So
it worked.
was he a good
I
leader
learned.
for the was he a good leader for the community?
Was he a good leader? I would say for a time, perhaps. Yeah.
How do you draw that conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, because I mean, it's not. It's see, you use words like good as if it's like endemic. It's like it's.
Kojo, I can't. Nah,
Come
you
on,
can't be a
man.
part of this conversation.
Why we can't use the word good?
Nah,
I mean,
we can't.
just,
He
come
can't
on,
be a
man.
part of the conversation. I'm not dealing with that craziness tonight. That's crazy. That is just. Oh, I'm sorry, Cujo, you my dude, but nah, I'm not doing that.
Brother Garfield,
I'm not doing that.
I feel like the good and bad in leadership are people are like good is synonymous with leader. I feel like people can be really bad and be great leaders. That's how I equate York in the situation that he had what it took to be a leader to galvanize people. He may have been a good leader in that sense, but his moral character and things were just horrible and bad.
He was a horrible man.
Yeah,
He was a horrible teacher. He lied about his information.
Right.
He stole the information and lied about it like he got it from Planet Risk.
Right.
He was bad all around. His
That's
teaching
fine.
was horrible.
But he was
him
a
as a
great
person
leader.
was horrible. I mean, come on. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna replay that stuff, that Dr. York show. It got like 25,000 views on my channel. I'm gonna replay that before the month is over. We need to remember what this man does. We got to do that every year because he's horrible. And this is why we need to stay away from these groups. They are horrible. They are horrible.
And he still has a hold on the community. People are still making apologies for him in lieu of all the evidence that has been substantiated against him. And I just think it's heartbreaking that his victims don't really have a clear voice in the community. Like they're always silenced or they're always demonized. Like it's sick and sad.
I don't know. Maybe I need to feel the same way about Elijah Muhammad the way I feel about Dr. York. Because I need to have the same views because it's still a crime against women. And
yes, women and children.
But I'm not trying to make excuses for him, but the whole thing about underage women, I know Ali Muhammad had come out and proved that.
Are you saying that these women were victims?
No. I'm saying that they were underage. If they're underage, they're victims.
You said crimes against women. That's what I'm like.
Because Ali Muhammad did come out and say that he brought out birth certificates and all that stuff and show that they weren't underage.
Okay.
You do understand. I'm sorry, I mean to cut you off, Garfield, but with Thunder, like, do you understand that sometimes victims aren't even aware that they're victims, especially when it has to do with sexual
No, when you're saying crime, that means this man committed. I'm saying he committed a crime. What was his crime? That's all I'm asking. That's it. It's going to be silence every time.
All right, let's get back to Malcolm X now. As far as the assassination, what do you guys? Einstein, baby. From what I've heard they're legal, and I've heard that they were not of legal age. I've heard both sides of the argument. I don't have the actual primaries to look deep into it and say, yeah, she was 15 at the time, and I don't have that. Ali Muhammad did a whole show on it and cleared a lot of it up and showed the primary birth certificates for pretty much the ladies that were said that were underage. And another thing too, why they got upset is that Malcolm X went into court and testified and called the women wives, Elijah Muhammad wives. But then he goes onto the white man's TV and said they were underage secretaries. So that's what pissed off the Nation of Islam at Malcolm X. For those who don't know, he went to court because he was fighting for that house. The house that they firebombed belonged to the Nation of Islam. It was given to Malcolm X when he was the minister of Mosque Number 7. It's a house in Queens, but the Nation of Islam owned it. Malcolm X felt because of what he did in developing over 100 different mosques and having them expand under his guidance as being a national representative, he started over 100 different mosques. He's like, yo, I deserve this house. And he refused to get out other people's house. And that's what happened. All of a sudden, they won the court case, and Malcolm X didn't want to come out, and they firebombed the house. Whoever did, they firebombed the house. And that's what happened. This was a week before his actual assassination. So when he went to court for that house, he literally went under the oath and said, Elijah Muhammad had wives. He could have said he had teenage secretaries, but remember, he's under oath. So now when he goes now and say he has teenage secretaries, he's contradicting what he testified in court under oath. So that's why they got upset, because he went out in public and said, hey, he had underage teenage secretaries. I don't know why we would have a teenage secretary, but hey,
everybody call Elijah Muhammad the most honorable, right? I've been calling this young lady the most honorable since I've been on the show. The most honorable, Monica Lamb, is in the building. Shout out to her. Shout out to Miss Tiffany. Lord have mercy. Man, I'll walk her down the aisle so quick.
Hey, Old Dog New Tricks TV. Can you come on and elaborate instead of
he got my back. He been banging out on
No, they could bang on me. You see, I'm calling an NOI apologist. So somebody who is actually an apologist banging on me is kind of funny. But it's all good though. I'm not taking any sides with the conversation. I'm just putting out all the arguments so people could study it for themselves. But anyway, let me go around. Thunder, what do you want to bring up? Let's talk some more about Malcolm X.
Malcolm, man. Like I said, I don't look at him in as high regard as everybody else, because of what Elijah did, and also I didn't like how he kind of was banging on the church. But he did change his tune later on in life, and that's cool. But I didn't have that adoration that everybody else had. I definitely respect him. If it wasn't for Malcolm X the movie, I wouldn't even really pay him. I mean, so a lot of my stuff is coming from like Denzel, and even kind of reading the autobiography along. That was when I was a little kid. But Brother Malcolm, man, I ain't got no problem. I ain't never banged on him, bro. I have no issue with Malcolm X at all. Cause I mean, this man dead, bro, and he knew he was gonna die. So yeah, ain't no way you can hate on that. You can't hate on anybody that's willing to die for his people or die for what he believes in. You can't hate on that, man, at all. My problem with Fred was he was banging on Elijah. So to me, you should be able to big up Malcolm. You should be able to put Malcolm on the highest pedestal you can. In other words, you can have a conversation about Malcolm and not even mention Elijah. You could talk for the rest of your life and never mention Elijah Muhammad ever in your life, ever again. Anybody can. You know, it's just like, who talking about the SCLC? How many people talking about the SCLC? How many people even know who the SCLC president was when Martin Luther King was hired on?
Real talk.
How many people know? I guarantee I give y'all $300. You can tell me who don't I know that? That wasn't important. What was important
said,
was,
would you allow a 60-year-old man to be with your 14-year-old daughter? If it was up to me, hell no.
No.
Garfield, read her other comment though.
Which
when
one?
She says, I bet if it was young boys, a young man he was sleeping with, folk would not try to excuse his behavior. And I agree 100%.
That's a good
fact.
point.
Tiffany's wise, man. She's a wise woman.
Extremely wise.
She also brought up the popes, right? So Pope John, which one we at right now?
Wow.
How many popes we got right now? Whichever one we got. This man is leading millions of Catholics.
Yep. And
somebody
said it earlier.
Hundreds of millions.
Said it earlier to the Catholic Church. Yeah, they're doing worse. They're doing worse.
If he's raping these choir boys, man, he leading hundreds of millions, if not a billion, people under his watch. Period.
Remember though, and we got to look at both sides. When we use the pedophilia argument for Elijah Muhammad, remember there's another side saying that they weren't underage, that it's a lie. Ali Muhammad came out and gave a whole presentation showing birth certificates and all that stuff. So just remember, we're making a charge that we really don't know. If somebody has the primary sources and could prove it, I'll do a show about it. You know, so before we throw him under the bus and call him a pedophile, we need to have concrete evidence of that. That's why I was hoping, what's his name, come on, before we do that. You know what I'm saying? Before we make that charge, at least let's not, as the Bible says, be a false witness against Elijah Muhammad.
Who was the greatest Jamaican ever to have lived, Garfield?
Greatest Jamaican, Usain Bolt.
Okay, all right. Who's the greatest Jamaican to ever have lived?
As far as a leader,
no, just Jamaican. Period.
I would probably say I like Taki. I like Taki.
All right. What about Bob Marley?
Is Taki born in Africa though?
No, Taki was born in Jamaica.
What about Bob Marley?
Bookman Duty was Jamaican too, wasn't he?
Yeah. Then they took him to Haiti. He was just
that's a good
right.
What about Bob Marley?
I would say him.
Bob Marley is probably the greatest Jamaican in modern times.
Okay, fine. Right. So with the greatest, when you say out your mouth, and I think everybody would agree that Bob Marley, the greatest, one of the greatest Jamaicans that have ever lived, one of the greatest black people ever lived.
No.
But this, you said no?
Greatest known Jamaican.
Okay, fine. Yeah, greatest known Jamaican. That's fine. So regardless of that, this man had women all over Jamaica. This man spread his seed all over the place.
But he wasn't a leader.
No, my point is that doesn't affect. There's no character assassination when it come down to Robert Nesta Marley. It just don't exist. He committed adultery against his wife.
But he's not a moral leader though. He's just an entertainer, man. Hey, he slept with Miss Jamaica World. What's her name? He had a child with what's her name, man?
Damian Marley.
Had his chicks in Jamaica, bro. But Marley was the man, bro.
Just like
Damian Marley was
just that dude. He was just that dude.
Some people qualify him
Cindy
as
Breakspear. Thank you, Six Fingers. Cindy Breakspear. Yo, he had sex with Cindy Breakspear, bro.
Yeah, that's fact.
Cindy Breakspear is. Oh man.
Listen, I say that he was a freedom fighter. I say Bob Marley was a leader. I say he was. I think if he would have ran for president of Jamaica, it wouldn't even been no clue.
Yeah, because of his upbringing, possibly, yes. Because he come from like Trenchtown and he was like
there you go. So, he came from the bottom. He came from the bottom.
Yeah,
he was leading like through songs. Saying like, well, okay, Fela Kuti. Fela Kuti had how many wives that man had?
But why you compare those people to Elijah Muhammad though? I don't get that. How they get compared to Elijah Muhammad?
I'm saying
we're talking about religious leaders.
We're talking about you're saying these because he was immoral in the sense in y'all eyes. He was
all right.
Immoral.
Let me ask you a question. What did Elijah Muhammad do that was immoral? Was it because he slept with the woman because of their age, or because he had sex with the woman?
I don't know how old these people.
No. Let's say this again, because remember, in his religion, he can have more than one wives. He can.
What I'm saying is, I don't know how old these women were.
The problem is he lied about them being his woman.
There you go. That's what I thought the problem was. That's
the issue.
He committed adultery on his wife with some secretaries, right? That's what I knew.
And no, the
all
issue
this underage stuff, that's new to me. I ain't heard about that.
The issue is he's kicking out Sister Evelyn, right?
Because she was screwing.
She was pregnant with his child.
Right.
That's the crazy shit.
Yeah.
He's kicking out a woman out of the mosque for being pregnant with his child.
This underage stuff is new. Malcolm X being gay, that's new stuff.
No. Malcolm X, the whole gay thing is from Manning Marable's book, which I have.
Fine, but still new.
But Malcolm, I'm not worried about that. Malcolm did some crazy stuff.
I mean, all this stuff is new. All this underage
that was Malcolm Bliss, man. That was
before NOI days. That was before NOI days, so it don't really count. Whatever he did with the white woman, sleeping with white woman and all that stuff, we don't know about that Malcolm. That's not Malcolm.
I never even heard of that.
That's not Malcolm.
That's not Malcolm X. That's Malcolm Little.
Right, Malcolm Little.
We don't know that guy. We only know the guy that went to jail and straightened his life out and was an inspiration for thousands, probably millions of people.
Right. Yeah, man, that's a good way of putting it, man. Big up, man.
That's the way I look at it.
That's fine. Let's go. But I didn't hear nothing about no underage. That's new. Now, teenage, yes. I did hear. I heard that. I ain't heard about no 14 and 13. I ain't heard nothing about that.
Could we say that due to his religious mindset and ideology that it does promote that you can marry young women as long as they are physically mature and spiritually mature.
Well,
Could we
Aisha
kind
was
of use
9.
that?
Aisha was 9, right? So I don't know. We want to say physically or spiritually mature. What's the girl? Farad Muhammad. Was that Farad Muhammad? Who was that? Had sex with that little 9-year-old?
Muhammad.
The reason I'm saying that, brothers, is that when I read, when you read up on the Prophet Muhammad, and I'll give him that respect, peace be upon him, is that I haven't heard any of the people that were going against him talk about any form of pedophilia. It was always to do with he was a madman, you know what I mean? He's a poet, etc. But what I understand is that in his time, like marrying a girl who was 6 was pretty normal in that region. When they're going to England, and I don't want to take too much of the mic, I know it's brother Garfield doing the show. Isabella, she also married Richard II, sorry, and she was 6. Margaret Beaufort, the mother of Henry VII, she was also married when she was very young as well. So these practices are not normal. So I was wondering, because of that there, is it that he's been attacked for his religious ideology? Because
no, we got to be responsible, and I'm going to be responsible, right? I want everybody to pay attention, right? The underage girls thing. I'm going to say it again. When Malcolm X was under oath, he said that Elijah Muhammad had wives. He never said they were underage children. When he went to the quote-unquote white media in his interview, he said he's sleeping with teenage secretaries. That's what Malcolm said. So that's when they got upset with Malcolm.
Not underage though.
He says teenage secretaries. He was trying to imply that they are young. That's what he was trying to do.
Teenage means
but
13 to 20.
Okay, it could have been 19, right? But he's trying to imply that these young girls is sleeping with this old man. So that's where it come from. Here comes Fred, man. Fred, come to set the
Fred.
Didn't Elijah Muhammad say that a woman for a man should be half his age plus 7?
Plus 7, yeah. So he didn't even follow that himself. So the hypocrisy was he's kicking out Evelyn out the mosque. He's kicking out other women who he impregnated.
Yeah.
That's it. So I don't even know if Fred, can you confirm how old the women were? Do you have primary sources? Or are you just going by?
No,
all right. So here we go.
The youngest is Ola Hughes that I researched.
Ola, right. I remember her.
And she was 15. 15.
Okay.
She had Kamal Muhammad. Is that his name? Kamal Muhammad when she was 15. And they actually hid Kamal Muhammad in the mosque because he couldn't tell the people in the Nation of Islam that Elijah Muhammad was his father, and so they kept it from him, and everyone was asking, "Who's your father?" He never could disclose that.
Do you know the age range of those 9 wives you got? Shout out to your documentary. Do you know that, like, from 15 to what?
I would say he was about 60, 64, 65, 62. So I would say about 15 to 30.
15 to 30.
Okay,
that's fair.
Range, yeah. That's fair.
No, I'm saying if you're saying I'm with you on
that's statutory rate. We
gotta be careful what we saying on this show, man.
Yeah.
That's fair now. I'm saying that's a fair assessment. You ain't saying 15 to 16. Yeah, no, I'm saying 15 to 30. That's
and then you also got to take into account that these women he knew when they were younger. You know, like you got to take into account Ola Hughes got pregnant at 15. You know,
that's what Miss Tiffany saying.
He was probably grooming them
absolutely
far earlier, and that's the problem.
That's fair.
Absolutely. So
because there is a difference between marriage, a spouse, and consummated, right? A lot of people get arranged marriages. You're 5 years old, you're gonna marry this one, but that don't mean they were having sex real young.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They make any distinctions with that. in this that we're talking about.
Hey, hold a second. I got the part where he's talking about come on. I just realized who the brother is talking about. Let's just look at this video real quickly, family. And we could come in after. Just a second. This is the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, 28 years later. I think it was 1992 or 1993. And this is where Kamal comes on, and he's talking about Kamal.
See in them the spark of their grandfather and their ages old great-grandparents, that they will be lights among the people. Sister Ola Muhammad, would you step forward, please? And where's your son? Come. This is her son, Kamal. Kamal is one of the first. Is he the first? He's the first. Oh, he's the first son of the second generation.
Second generation.
And this son was on the mercantile. What is it?
Chicago Mercantile Exchange.
Chicago Mercantile Exchange. How old were you when you were on there? 24. 24 years old. You just now about 20?
32.
32. 32 years. Now look in his face. Look at the light in him. Look at his mother. These are not cheap people. This is what God is doing. My brother Hannibal Afrique sits here. He's a student of African culture. You go to Africa, you see the chiefs. They got wives and they got children, and nobody's accusing the chief of being a cheap man in Africa, in Asia, and among all the societies of our people. Is that the truth, brother? Sister Ola, would you have a word?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I'd like to tell you that I agree and bear witness with Minister Farrakhan. I'm a South Side of Chicago, raised and born. I work with you in the community. In daycare, I'm a registered nurse. I come and see many of you often. I bear witness that everything Elijah ever taught us about eating, cleaning, raising our children was true. I am a product of the Inter-School of Chicago, yet I could talk to scholars. I've raised my son as he instructed me to do, and I am quite pleased with the life that he has given to me over 40-something years.
Amen. Look at this victim. Look at the victim.
When I work on jobs and in the hospitals and communities with people, they think I'm 32.
Syndrome.
My son is
Juju,
32.
stop. Because
This is because of the great teaching that our messenger, my husband, brought to you, all of us. The wrong foods we.
What happened? What happened? Garfield.
No, I stopped it because it went by. That's who brother was talking about, saying she was 15. Because remember, that's 28 years later after Malcolm, and he said she was 15.
Now, based on what you saw,
based on what she said.
Based on what we just saw. Come on, Juju. All right, Juju.
No, but remember though, she's
Locke,
part of the organization. So what do you expect?
No.
Hold on. You know, I'm gonna show you something that's very crazy, right? And I'm gonna show you something. Fred, I know you probably would have brought this up.
Yes.
Don't show me nothing. Let's talk about what we just saw first.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna show you.
Boy.
I'm gonna show you something real carefully, because we kept saying something earlier, and we got to point out something that's very important. Because remember, when the women come out, and they're saying, "Hey, I'm this and hey, I'm that," and they're talking, there's a sister named Evelyn. Because remember, Sister Evelyn was the one that went to court and took Elijah Muhammad to court. Now, all of a sudden, now she comes on the stage with Farrakhan, which was extremely surprising to me.
Yes.
Because remember, she was an enemy saying this man don't want to pay child support and took him to court.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, now she's on stage with Farrakhan saying, "Hey, Elijah was a great guy," or "He came to me in a vision," or, she didn't say that part. But come on now, let's think. This
Come
is
on,
her.
man.
Hold on. Let me play this part. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Sister Evelyn, would you just say a quick word? We only have 10 minutes on the satellite.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Still alive too.
Brothers and sisters, I just want to say that all the years that I worked with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad before he asked me to be his wife, there was never any kind of out of turn words, no sexual harassment. He treated us with the highest form of dignity and respect. When he came to me and asked me to be his wife, he sat down, as our beloved brother Minister Farrakhan said, and opened the Holy Quran to the place where it dealt with the wives. He loved his wife, Sister Clara Muhammad, and his children. But he said Allah was forcing him to do this for future generations. There's much I could say, but I want you to know that he was an honorable man. He is an honorable man, and he stood for the
Honorable man
of all black women
around the world. Fred, don't stop it. Keep it going.
Thunder, but you are missing a critical point.
Okay, tell me what I missed.
And don't
Hold on, Sister Juju. Why didn't she say that in the 60s? Why did she go with Malcolm and file the lawsuit? And that's how it became public.
She was a woman scorn, man. That's regular.
Oh,
right. Come on, Juju.
Man.
What
Go
you
ahead,
got?
Go on. Let me hear Fred. First. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
I mean, the evidence is already there, man. And
what? The primary we just saw?
Let him finish.
All right. Now you want me to let him finish, Juju?
The fact of the matter is, you can only have one wife in America, and there is Elijah Muhammad with his wife Clara Muhammad in a wedding picture.
Yeah.
And there is no wedding pictures. 2, they didn't receive wife benefits. They had to go to court. There was no will.
Yeah.
3, if they are his wives, you don't have to bring them before the Nation of Islam and prove to the world that that they are his wives. 5, you don't hide your entire family. The kids don't have to lie and say they don't know who their father is. And I'll send you that clip to Garfield so you can play that.
Which one? Which one is that, brother?
Okay, but there's countless evidences, and when
what?
Of what?
Evidences of what?
Of that they are not his wives. Because
what are they?
They are his hoes.
Oh, okay. I mean, whatever.
They are, and because he's had sex with multiple, he wasn't the leader that everyone. He wasn't honorable because having sex outside, having sex period, and having sex out of your wives caused for expulsion from the Nation of Islam, and he literally exposed Evelyn Williams out of the Nation of Islam because he said that she was having sex, and
the one we just saw,
she was the mother of the kids.
Exactly.
The one we just saw.
The one we just saw.
Yes, yeah, he kicked her out.
Yeah, she kicked her out, right?
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
the one
but you saw on the stage, right?
That's the one that Malcolm was supposed to marry.
Right.
Everybody just saw the under quote unquote 15-year-old girl, and we saw the one they kicked out. And these people, these women, beautiful black women, had nothing bad to say about Elijah Muhammad. But I'm supposed to sit here and allow a chat full of quacks and somebody who just an Elijah Muhammad hater paint him out to be this awful bad guy. That's what I'm supposed to do.
Most victims don't point out their victimizer. Most victims, I'm telling you what's fact. I'm telling you that a 15-year-old girl will defend her mother's boyfriend from sexual abuse. Like, I'm telling you what I've seen with my own eyes.
What if they're not victims though?
They are victims. A lot of victims don't even know it though.
Yeah, all right.
It's the grooming, it's the psychology, Stockholm syndrome. We all know what that is. So because
and it just gonna happen, all of them got it right.
Hold on 1 second.
All of them got started. Everybody.
We got a pastor on the panel, Pastor Amiral McCarthy. He's blessing us today with his special. He ain't got the holy water today, but
oh, come on, man.
He got his holy presence though. Go ahead, brother.
I was just wondering, what is Thunder? Where do you fit with? I'm kind of confused. You like Muhammad, or you did not like him?
No, I'm a huge supporter of Elijah.
Okay,
Muhammad is the greatest black leader ever in American history.
Okay, I just didn't know. Okay.
You're about to give Fred a heart attack, man.
I don't care, man. That's his. Hey, I'm gonna holler at him at his funeral if he catch one.
All right, hold on a second. I think Kayla agrees with you. And brother-in-law, what do you say? You can make it up your face, man.
Brother-in-law, who's the greatest black leader ever?
Brother-in-law, come on up, man.
I won't say he's the greatest leader, but what I will say is I don't believe we should negate his political scientific mind. I'm a Pan-Africanist, right? Raised on it. And what I believe is that any of our leaders, whether it's the male or females, that we should study their political science, military science, to organize the people. I understand there was faults what they did, but it shouldn't negate not using their tools. You know, that's the opinion and mindset I'm on. You know, Elijah Muhammad was a brilliant political science. I've said it again. The articulation, the economics, and keeping black people on the code of conduct. We can't take that away from him. There are other stuff. I believe we should kind of talk about it, but then we shouldn't go to sleep and remove away the fact that he did have a code of conduct. We failed to have a code of conduct, brothers and sisters. And it's because we keep looking at our leaders' faults and don't look at their code of conduct blueprint. All due respect to everyone.
What man is
hold on, everybody stop. Hold on 1 second, brothers. I got two people that want to come in. So Kale, I'm gonna pull you down for a second, and Remris, I'm gonna pull you down for a second. Stay right there.
Brother.
We get Taz, crazy ass Taz in here. He's crazy. He's another nut bag. Taz is another nut.
Yeah, but
hold on.
Nut bag.
I'm messing Taz. I'm messing with you. Calm down, man.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say because you know Elijah Muhammad was the one who got convicted of delinquency of a minor. Okay, so let's talk about that first. Let's go back to his original charge of delinquency with a minor. Why is that okay?
Oh, I didn't know about that. Go ahead. Talk about that.
Yeah, he got charged with delinquency of a minor in the 1930s, and that's when they first got ID. What? Come on, what?
Hold on. Don't interrupt him, Thunder. Chill out, Thunder.
All right, go ahead.
Chill out.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Like when that old bitch died, it was past the 30s, but when the old bitch was fucking with little kids, it was the 30s. What you mean?
What are you talking about?
The man got convicted of delinquency with a minor.
No,
this is long before any wise.
Taz, a second. You sound crazy. I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong. Now, Fred, what is he talking about? Can you break it down to us?
Yeah, there's an article or a police report on. I don't have it at my fingertips.
Right.
Taz, do you have it at your fingertips? But there is like an article.
I'm on my phone, so no, I'm on my phone.
Yeah. He's actually right. He's actually right.
When you mean delinquency of a minor, are they talking about staying out of school though?
But
Here we go.
It was slanted towards out of school though.
Let me share the screen.
That's what I'm. Hold on. Don't say that yet.
It was slanted towards being out of school.
Much, man.
Right.
It was slanted towards being out of school.
These niggas lie so much.
Of a minor is right.
I can't hear two people at once. What'd you say now?
Do you know what a delinquency of a minor is?
Yeah, it's one of those vague charges that could mean a lot.
No. It's specific. It has nothing to do with sexual.
And kick that nigga off when you finish.
Kick your motherfucking mama off because the bitch gave.
Oh man,
that's fine. So hey, share my screen.
Yo, my man Thunder is defending Elijah Muhammad one today, boy.
Share my screen, man.
Yeah, go ahead. It's up.
Okay. In this period, Elijah Muhammad was arrested for contributing to the delinquency of a minor because he sent his children to the University of Islam instead of to Detroit's public schools. That's what the nigga did.
Yeah, delinquency.
Kick that nigga off.
That's what Fred said, though.
Stupid.
All right, so we got Taz out. Queen Cheetah, you up because we gotta get some people up here and kick them out. Hey Taz, you gotta be respectful, man. Whether we agree or disagree.
Y'all can skip me because my phone about to die. I gotta find my charger.
Go ahead. Talk. Go ahead, sis.
She said skip her.
Well, I said skip me because my phone about to hang up for you.
All right, cool. All right. But we got to be careful though, because he's trying to imply Fred, and we got to thank Fred for being honest. Because Fred could have been like, yeah, man, delinquency of minors, that's some sex shit. Fred
Yeah,
ain't
but
say
it doesn't mean that
Fred,
by
it
law
doesn't mean that.
delinquency. It doesn't mean that at all.
Right.
I was going to clear
Kaz
that up.
as it meant that. So that's why he's yo, people are crazy, yo.
People crazy as hell, man.
Crazy, man. But that 15-year-old with Elijah, we gotta look into that, right?
No, I mean, you can look at it. I don't care. If that's what you.
What do you mean you don't care? Because you said about he's a leader. So what is he doing?
No, I'm saying was they under age? I don't know. We don't know what the age of consent was, man. So I don't know.
The age of consent was 16, bro. What are you talking about?
How you know that?
Because what state was she in? She was either in Chicago, Arizona, or Georgia. So
she was in Chicago.
So you saying he committed a crime?
Michigan, yeah.
Yeah, she was in Chicago as a secretary.
So he committed a crime, right? That's what everybody's saying.
He wasn't arrested. He wasn't arrested for that. But I'm just saying.
Did he commit a crime?
Unbelievable.
If he's sleeping with an underage girl, man, that's a crime, bro.
I'm asking you, was she underage?
I mean, that's what Freddie's saying. She was 15.
She was definitely.
Fred is saying she was 15, but was that
15,
underage?
so they were she had pregnant at 15.
But were they underage at 15?
Yeah, I don't have it at my fingertips because I use another computer for that research.
No, I'm gonna agree. I'm gonna take your word for it. What's the age of consent in New York or wherever she was at that time?
It's not 15. 15 is a minor. I don't care wherever you go in America, but there have
we just showed 14 being the age. We just showed 10, 12, 14. We just showed all this.
What's a minor to you, Thunder?
No, we're talking about legally. We ain't getting, I don't play that game.
Take a look at this. This was when the 19 children of Muslim leader battled for a bank for his 5.7 million. That was split, right? So this was when in the 1986? I think it was 1986. Well, let me scroll down a little bit. That they went to court and they won funds to support themselves as far as being children because they had to do a genetic marker. And I sat down with Eric Muhammad from Mosque number 15 from his version of the Nation of Islam, and he said that it's a lie.
He said that's right here a lie?
All of this was a lie.
Oh, come on.
Elijah Muhammad didn't have no children. You see, this is what I'm trying to tell you. The argument has to do with people. These people are zealots. They'll kill you for Elijah Muhammad, bro. These people are nuts. No, you laughing. This is serious.
No, I agree. You're right.
These people are nuts. No, Taz, I can't. Taz too wild, man. Taz too wild.
Taz fine. Just kick that nigga off. Yeah. Or make him apologize for trying to insinuate that man was having sex.
What do you have to say about this, Thunder? This is a legal thing when he had 19 children. And they had to get child support for supporting them.
I don't care about his moral compass, man. I don't. That's on y'all. Y'all can talk about that. I'm talking about him being a great leader.
15 is not considered a minor to you, Thunder.
15 is it legal? It was 15 legally.
No, Thunder. Be careful, Thunder. Thunder, be careful.
We just pulled up the age of consent. Do we need to share it again?
No, Thunder. She asked you, Thunder.
Nothing. I consider what the law say.
So wait. No. I don't care about what the law says because I want to know.
What are you talking about, brother-in-law? What you woeing about?
So Thunder, you're saying that
what's so controversial about what I just said?
Hold on.
You said it was okay for what? By the way,
I didn't say it was okay. I said what's the age of consent?
No. Okay. So what is your opinion of what is your definition of a minor? Because like to me, listening, because I've been listening
is
and
a legal term. Why y'all keep asking me about a legal term?
Because this the reason why I'm asking. Because me listening, you sounding real suspect that you keep trying to defend this man and his pedophileness.
Queen, okay, let me say it for the
hold
record.
on, let me finish my thought.
Hold on, let me
finish my thought because I did not interrupt you and I let all of y'all speak. And I'm letting you know from an observation and what I'm listening to, you sound very suspect defending this man, because what I'm saying to you is nobody cares about how many women he slept with. That's fine. He can, whether he was legally married to them or not, nobody cares about that. But what we care about is the fact that he was fucking young women, young girls, excuse me. Any girl under the age of 18 is a young lady. And I'm pretty sure if you have a daughter, you wouldn't want no 40-year-old man fucking on your 15-year-old
That is correct.
girl or touching on her.
That
But
is
it
correct.
sounds to me that you've been justifying him, trying to say that he's a great leader. And no, he's not, because the moment that he's touching on some little girl, all morals for him is out of the fucking
I
window.
agree.
Why would you want a leader like that thinks that touching on little girls
All
is
right.
okay?
Listening
And
is an art,
another
right?
problem is that
Come
in
on,
this
Shawty.
black community, hold on, let me finish my thought, please. Thank you. In this community, y'all love to sweep shit under the fucking rug. And that is the problem, because clearly he was grooming them girls from a young age and telling you from a, a person that has experienced this in my own life, from a man and a woman, I can tell you the signs of a fucking adult grooming a kid. So of course, a lot of these young girls probably wasn't going to come out, because statistically, we know that every time that a girl comes out and says that she was raped or molested, 9 times out of 10, nobody's going to believe her, or they're going to say, oh, what was she doing that she asked for it, or she was wearing this, or whatever the case may be. And all it seems like is you're justifying this. He's not a great leader. Yes, he gathered black men and black people and gave them a religion, which was harmful, if you ask me, but that's besides the point. Outside of that, he was a fucked up person. I don't care how you justify it. Once he started molesting kids, I don't give a fuck, because
Oh,
I'm pretty sure if that was some boys that he was touching on, you wouldn't be justifying that shit right now. You
All right,
wouldn't be
cool.
saying he was a great leader. You
All right, cool.
wouldn't
No
be.
problem. No problem. Now, I think Brother Garfield and Fred can attest, and probably everybody in the audience. Everybody saw the interview. I said very clearly, I'm not even speaking on him as a moral person. Morally, he was bankrupt. Everybody know that. I'm not speaking. Brother Law, everybody watched the interview. I don't know when you joined in, Shawty, but I am not speaking to a good. I told Fred, I said Mike Tyson. He had a saying in which he said he met a lot of great people in his lifetime, but very few, if any, of those great people were considered good people. The point is, just because those people are great, they are great leaders, they're great people. We just discussed some great entertainers. We discussed all this stuff, right? We did Bob Marley, we did all this stuff. But they were horrible people. I put Elijah Muhammad in that same category as a horrible person. Fred is the man I was talking to, and Garfield can attest. Both of them. I'm not defending Elijah Muhammad's action. I don't give a damn about his actions. I'm talking about him as a leader of black people. That's all I'm talking about.
So
Everything
if you
else.
don't care about his
hold on.
actions, how does that make him a great leader in your eyes then, if you don't care
Done,
about
done.
his actions? Because I'm sorry, any person that I quote unquote look to as a leader or a role model is going to be morally correct and have good morals. So then therefore, how are you saying that he was a great leader to black people when he was fucking touching on black
So
girls?
only great leaders are morally are more. You can only be a great leader if you have a moral compass, a high moral compass, right?
Let me know when I can speak.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
she named on me, Brother Locke.
Yes, because how is
let me
he
get
a
off
great
me
leader?
first.
And you're saying, well, I don't care what he did as a
Who do you
person.
consider a great leader, Queen Cheetah?
My mama.
Okay, who else?
My mama. That's it.
That's it. Yeah. See, who we talking to? Go ahead, Brother Locke. I'm done.
Because it don't matter but who I consider a great
Brother
leader.
Locke, go ahead,
You
man.
keep
I'm done.
defending him, and you're saying
Queen
that
Cheetah.
just don't make sense. Because how can
Queen
you say,
Cheetah,
oh well, I don't care how he is morally
No,
or who
let
he
her
is as a
talk, bro.
person,
I'm
but
done talking
you think
I
that he's
asked
a
her
great
twice
leader?
who
That
was a
doesn't
great
make
leader,
sense.
and you saw
That
who she
doesn't make
said,
sense.
right?
How do you not care what he
So,
does as a person, but you think that he's a
in
great
other
leader?
words, she probably couldn't even name a great leader if I paid her to name some great leaders.
Marcus Garvey, there you go. That's one. I'm a guy react to the last to my last dying fucking breath. That's who I think is a great leader. So who you got? What you got negative to say about him?
Was Marcus Garvey a good man, Queen Cheetah?
Yes, he was.
Okay, cool.
Was he touching on little girls?
All right, go ahead, brother Law.
Was he touching on little girls?
All right, let's move on.
Right, my point exactly.
All right.
You're not making sense.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. Let me answer me this, Thunder. Does his
Sister
actions
Cheetah,
and
please,
his
Sister
morals
Cheetah,
line
no.
up with yours? Do they line up with yours? Yes or no? That's just a simple yes or no question.
Who was that?
Do Elijah Muhammad's actions and morals align with yours?
No.
So then how do you think that he's a great leader if they don't align with your morals?
Because morals have nothing to do with leadership.
All right, I'm done.
Good.
I'm done.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, Jonathan, what you got to say, man?
Thunder.
Yeah, the Thunder.
That's all you had to say from the beginning, brother.
I agree, man. I said it. I said it during the thing. I said it already.
You hesitated, brother.
Okay, well, I give you that, but I thought she heard the show. Obviously, she didn't hear the show, but I agree. I did hesitate. You're right. I agree with you.
Thunder, brother.
What's up, John?
First of all, thank you, brother Garfield, for allowing me to speak. But Thunder, what are you talking about? Morals don't matter when it comes to being a good leader.
You think more? Okay, you do. You think that morals matter with leadership?
What does being a leader mean?
What does being a leader mean?
Yeah.
You want to look up leadership? How you want to do that?
No, okay. First of all, what I wanted to say is, I mean, I love you. You're funny sometimes, but why do you always do this? You always just try to be the devil's advocate.
I'm not going to agree with
just for argument's sake.
I ain't agreeing with nobody on nothing. I'm gonna disagree on all you.
No.
Period.
For
I
what?
don't care what.
Why? Why?
I tell you what. Is the sky blue, John?
Is the sky blue?
Is the sky blue?
Right now, it's gray.
Good. You know what
it's
people
gray
say?
Right now.
The sky is blue. I say it's black. I'm gonna say the opposite. I don't care
it could
what
be blue. It could be black. It could be gray.
There you go.
Okay, but hold on. Let's not waste Brother Garfield's panel time, and let's not waste the time of people listening. So I'm saying, why did you ask me if the sky's blue when I said what is a leader?
No, brother, that was in response to you asked me why do I do this. I said I'm not going to agree with you on anything. I'm answering your question. You see, you asked 2 or 3 questions, and when I answer, you can't keep up. So what I said, do you want to look up the definition of a leader? Go ahead and read it out loud.
No, I don't think we need to do that. Do we need to do that?
If you ask me what is a good leader, I mean, what's a leader? I would think the definition would.
What's a leader to you, brother? What's a leader to you?
Oh, bro, I don't get into definitions, man. I look at what Webster tell me. I'm gonna let Webster tell me what definition is.
You know what?
You scared to do that?
Hold a second. Hey, Fred, I actually have your video when you actually showed Ola. Do you want me to show that when you show the date of birth and all that?
Oh,
stuff?
yeah.
Let me show this receipt.
Hold on, man. Let's look up leadership first. Hold on, let me share my screen for my brother Jonathan.
Hold on, no, that's irrelevant, man. Come
on, man. Just give me this one. I'll lay out. I'll drop off.
Receipt. It's more important right now, bro. Let's deal with this right here, because
Thunder just want to get at him.
Hey, he asked me a question. I think it's fair to answer his question.
Hold on.
I'm trying to. Garfield not letting me.
This is the lady.
Because Garfield know you just like to argue.
Right here. This is right here. This is Ola, right? This is the lady that spoke on the TV. Ola Muhammad, right?
Right.
So this is her birthday, February 22nd, 1944.
Yes.
Right? Now look at the son when the son was born. Come on. That's the guy that came on the stage now. Look at his birthday.
Okay.
His birthday is April 24th, 1960.
Okay.
So if he's born April 24th, that would mean she got pregnant in, let me say, April would be the 4th month. So she got pregnant in August.
When she was 14 or 15.
15, yeah. There you go.
And an interview.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. So if you
And
agree, brother, why are you? Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, and in the interview, he says that he remember Malcolm X calling her house, uh, uh, inquiring about Elijah Muhammad having sex with her as a young girl. He said he remembers the phone call. He remembers Malcolm X calling the house.
Right.
So he
So
had
I
to.
would
Yeah,
submit.
and I
Let me
mean
say for the
anybody
record,
and
Jonathan,
anybody
hold on,
being a
man.
member
I would
of
Jonathan, hold on.
the
I would
religion.
submit.
But I'm
Let
saying,
me
hold on,
submit for the
anybody being a
record, Jonathan.
religion and trying to defend him is going to be a bias. They're going to be biased. Why are we taking they? It don't matter what they say. They biased because
That's
they trying to
fine.
defend the religion.
Let me
A grown man,
I'm not
shouldn't be
defending
having
him.
sex with a 15-year-old.
I'm not defending him at all. I don't care about no Elijah. I said he's the greatest black leader in American history. I'ma stand on that until you give me another one. Period. That's where I'm at. But I'm not defending. If you want to call him a pedophile, call him. He a pedophile.
Yo, you know George Lincoln
Let's say for the
Rockwell
record, Fred, for the radical, Fred. Let's go
agrees
with
with
you,
you,
right?
Thunder.
Let's just say he is I'm gonna say right now, Elijah Muhammad is a pedophile, right? I'm on the record. Everybody see me on the record saying Elijah Muhammad had sex with a 15-year-old, right? Cool. I think that should. That nigga was a pedophile, but he also was the greatest black leader in American history.
George Lincoln Rockwell agrees with you, Thunder.
Who was that?
He's the leader of the Nazi Party, the American Nazi Party.
What they got to do? What you talking about, man?
What do you mean? Look, I'm just saying that.
James, come on, man. Why you bring up some Nazi?
I brought it up because he was in alignment with him, man.
Okay, cool, no problem. Anyway, so let's go with Elijah. Elijah is a pedophile. Shout out to Fred. That's great research. Elijah Muhammad was a pedophile. He was having sex with underage kids. Now, of course, when we heard from these underage kids, these underage kids, everybody ain't nobody had nothing bad to say about him, but fine. We'll say he was a pedophile. But I'ma still say, and I'ma say it, and you ain't gonna prove me wrong. He was the greatest black leader in American history.
Okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate the clarification because you basically saying like R. Kelly. No, you are. And I think the point
is a pedophile, but R. Kelly is also the Pied Piper of R&B.
Yeah, one of the greatest.
Be quiet.
Entertainers of all time. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Let it flow. Just let it flow. That's all. Just let it flow. R. Kelly is a pedophile.
So my point or my question is that
everybody loves his music.
What did the Pied Piper do, bro?
Yeah. So
okay, I'm not even finna do that, James.
Let's not even get into that. Well, look, his point is made. His point is made. So let's look. Let's go back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we can't. It's hard. It's hard
women to get abused. We allow our women.
What'd you say, Amara?
I was saying it's hard to compare the two when you're looking at just a leadership quality as opposed to their moral personal lives. They could be a terrible person in their moral life, and I agree with the brothers. Those are terrible people. But when you look at the leadership, like, what if you never found out what R. Kelly did? You would still be saying he's the greatest R&B person ever alive, and until something gets found out. How many leaders do you think we've had that have been great, and you just didn't find out what they did?
Martin Luther King got a 100-foot statue. He got a day. He got boulevards. That nigga was womanizing on Coretta Scott King from day one. Nobody say anything negative about MLK.
And I understand that. My
question. Hold on. Fred, go ahead. Respond to that, Fred.
No, I'm just saying we can't as leaders be morally bankrupt.
So was Martin Luther King a great leader?
I can molest every child on a team as long as we win championships. He's a great coach.
You see me, right?
We can't do that. It has to be some cohesion between integrity and the leadership. You know what I mean? Can you say he did good things, but you can't lead? It is just impossible to say he led. He benefited from it. He leveraged it. He did it for personal gain. And no, not one person is 100% wrong. I mean, 100% wrong in everything that they do. Even criminals can smooth and con you into doing certain things. but you can't lead. You can't lead a whole race, a whole culture. He was a manipulator. And
was Martin Luther King a manipulator?
No, see, no, because we're
Brother,
talking about
don't do that.
Because we're talking about criminal activity.
Oh, now we're talking about crimes.
No, you said
you're
moral,
overreacting for no.
Now we're talking about moral, brother.
No, we're talking about moralities, brother. Stop, Fred.
No.
Thunder.
Stop. No,
got
brother Law. Stop, Fred.
I
Now,
got a question for
come on now. I want you to
Thunder.
be objective now. Look.
Hold on. Let Fred talk. Don't interrupt him.
MLK morally bankrupt?
MLK never committed a crime.
That's sad.
MLK never committed a crime.
Was he morally bankrupt? We ain't talking about criminal activity.
Yeah, man.
Thunder, I got a question for you, please.
No, Jew. Was he morally bankrupt?
Hold on. Thunder. Let Fred respond. At least let him respond.
Brother, no, Garfield, because he ain't finna answer. He ain't gonna say yes or no.
Well, let him respond though.
Yeah.
Thunder, let him respond. Thunder.
And I got a question for Thunder.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Thunder is raising a good question because
of course
saying that Elijah Muhammad is morally bankrupt. We can't give MLK a pass for morality either. But what Fred is saying is that Elijah Muhammad is committing a crime by sleeping with a 15-year-old underage at the time because it wasn't legal. That is what Fred is saying. So, Fred, speak for yourself. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, Elijah Muhammad needs to be in jail. Martin Luther King needs to be in divorce court. Like, so it's two different. It's two different extreme parallels.
I agree.
It's
that's I don't know why you bringing it up.
You can't molest kids and black men who's supposed to lead their families, who's supposed to.
Martin Luther King will lead his family.
Now you're overreacting. The theatrics is not called.
Address what I'm saying, man. Don't worry about my reaction.
Thunder trying to get laughs.
You worried about
Thunder,
my
are you
reaction?
trying to get laughs?
Worry about your points. Your
you
argument are poor, man.
Hold on. Too many people talking.
Brother Garfield, hold on. Brother Garfield,
let Fred finish.
Everybody stop. Fred,
go ahead, Fred.
Fred got the floor for the next minute. Go ahead, Fred.
Thank you. So Elijah Muhammad is a criminal. MLK was a cheater. It's two different things. It's not even comparable. So the fact that we are comparing MLK to Elijah Muhammad is a form of deflection.
Okay.
Elijah Muhammad is a criminal. He had sex with a 15-year-old girl. And now whether we talk about whether MLK was moral or immoral, that's a whole different stream. We don't. You can't tell a black person, "Hey, you stole that candy bar," but a white person did it too. No, we're talking about Elijah Muhammad. We need to stay on this subject, and it's all about deflection. Deflect. No, let's stay on Elijah Muhammad, and Garfield will bring us back, and we can do a stream April 3rd or April 4th. And talk about Martin Luther King, but that is a complete deflection tactic by people who just want to be a contrarian or no.
He's slick, brother Law. He's slick.
Hold on,
he's slick.
Hey, Sean,
got a good question.
Furthermore than that, Thunder.
Hold on, guys. Sean, go ahead, Sean.
What you want, man?
All right, so Thunder stated that. Peace out to everybody. So Thunder, you stated that Elijah Muhammad is the greatest leader ever. So what has Elijah Muhammad done for black people that would anoint him to be the greatest leader ever?
Great question. All right. Let's pull it up.
Not a damn thing.
Go ahead, Julie. You can ask.
Okay, while you're waiting on that, while you're pulling that up, right?
Okay, go ahead.
Also find out what agenda has he created to forward the progression of black people in America, not the NOI, Okay, non-NOI affiliated.
He was
I'm talking
leader of
about
the
the
NO.
other. I'm talking about the other four. I'm talking about the other 99.998% of black people in America. I'm not talking about the 0.00001%.
Okay, that's slick. That's slick, Sean. You
question
slick
is
too,
slick.
both. You and Fred is slick. I like it.
Done. The question is, can he name one that was greater?
There
from
you go. That's the
African
real question.
That's
but
the question.
we'll
Yes.
let's work with him.
So I will go
I'ma
ahead.
work with him.
Hey, hold on for
I would
Ahmed
agree
Ra.
with you,
I'll
brother.
do this real quick while
I'ma
Thunder's
work with
doing
you.
that.
Go
While
ahead.
Thunder's doing that, let me answer you, Ahmed Ra. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
you have Shirley Chisholm, Mary
He's a great
Bethune,
black leader. Okay,
Richard
go ahead.
Allen, Booker T. Washington, Carter
Okay.
G. Woodson,
Okay.
W.E.B. Du Bois,
Okay.
Duke Ellington.
Oh yeah.
Do I need to
Ellington was a leader.
continue?
Okay,
Yeah, you
brother.
need to continue, brother, because what we're
Zora
talking
Neale
about,
Hurston.
He's talking about
Hold
black
on.
people. He's talking
We're
about great
talking
black
about-
Americans.
Yeah, we're
No,
not
no,
talking
no, no,
about
no, 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 no,
We're
no,
talking
no,
about
no,
great
no,
black
no,
leaders,
no, no, no,
man.
no. What did Booker T. Washington do? What did
he
Booker
do?
T. Washington do?
Who did he lead?
What did he do?
Who did he lead?
What did he do?
Tell me who he led.
Brothers, we don't get to where we are. We don't get to where we are without the people that I named.
Yeah, those are
Medgar
great. They
Evans.
did great works. Were they great
Yes.
leaders?
Most definitely, Sean. We agree with you.
Yeah, you trying to
No,
doing that, Sean?
they
You
were
gotta say- Man, you
definitely
gotta
great
stop.
leaders. Booker T had a whole team, bro.
What was the team? How many? How many people?
What
on
do
the
you
team?
mean? Him? Who was he beefing with politically to move black people in a direction that was going to be progressive for them?
What was his team?
What? Okay, so you don't know shit about Booker T. Washington?
I asked you.
I don't need to.
question,
No, no,
brother.
no, no, no.
Don't do
I don't
that.
need to
Don't
say
get,
nothing
don't
else.
Don't get
Because who was he? Who
Just
was he
tell me
at
what the
odds
team
with?
was. Tell me
Who
what
was
the
he
team
at
is,
odds
Sean.
with politically, bro?
Hey, Sean.
Who was he at odds with politically
Hey,
about
Sean.
the movement for black people?
Hey,
I'm
Sean,
asking you an
just
honest question because I
Hey,
need
Sean,
to.
just tell me.
You haven't
Just tell me
answered the
who
question yet.
I
team
need
was.
to understand if you
answered this
comprehend the
question.
question.
I think you answered that question just clearly.
You didn't answer the question, Thunder, on what
I did.
Elijah
I
Muhammad
answered.
left for us for black
I
people.
got you. I got you.
That was substantial. We need you to answer that.
Thunder.
What makes him a great leader?
I agree with you,
Thunder.
brother. Those are great people, brother. Great leaders. We couldn't go nowhere without these men. I understand.
So
that.
Thunder, just have some. Yeah, Thunder, just have some empathy and compassion for a fellow traveler, brother. Don't do that, man.
For who?
All right,
Sean?
let's all right. Hey, Thunder, do you Google it? Thunder, mute your mic, Google, and come back. All right, so that you can answer Sean. All right.
Go ahead.
All right, let me get back to Fred now. So Fred, we know about Ola Muhammad. Is there any other one of the so-called claims of the wise that we need to talk about as far as age?
Those were the ones. That's the one that I can confirm.
Okay.
And two, John Ali confirmed that they were young.
Mm-hmm.
I have the interview, and Muhammad Ali's wife from 67 to 77 confirmed that they were little girls, and she said there were a bunch of them on the third floor. So
that's a fact.
I had 15, 16 hours of it. I just haven't released it yet, and I have the John Ali, and John Ali said it was none of my business. That was his answer. So,
well, I'm on the record, brother. I'm submitting that he was a pedophile. I ain't heard nothing about no pedophilia before now. But if y'all want to do that, fine. I heard teenage girls. That's what I heard. So I didn't know anything about underage. I never heard Malcolm X say underage. I never heard any of the people of those times say underage. Nobody. But of course, revisionist history. You know.
He called him sick.
Hindsight is 2020, right? So it's no problem.
Malcolm called him sick. He said, "How can you be when you got little girls around you, little underage girls around you?"
I never heard him say little underage. But
Allegation that he actually had sex with his niece. Also, there's an allegation out there with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's a fact. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Well, I heard it from his family member.
That's crazy. I agree.
Wait. What's a fact?
From one of his grandchildren, he had sex with his grandchild.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like what's your boy name? What's
sounds
that
like
actor
a
name?
cult.
Morgan
It
Freeman.
sounds like a cult is what it sounds like.
That sounds like
cult.
Juju. How you jump to a cult for that?
This sounds like a
How
cult.
can you say I'm having sex with my niece, so I'm starting a cult? Come on now.
His activities are cultish. We've seen this before. The indoctrination is cultish. We've seen it before, and it's all based on religious doctrine. Got nothing to do with black people. Like Sean said, what has he done that's significant for black people that we can take right now and use in the
No problem.
communities
All
all
right.
around without it
That's a
being
good segue.
religious
Great segue.
indoctrinated?
Hold on before you go, John. Hey, share my screen, Garfield.
Thunder, I was talking about Martin Luther King, brother.
Who?
Yeah, that's the call.
Hold on, I'm gonna get right back to you. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Here we go. What
Somebody mute. Somebody need to mute on the panel, please. It's disruptive.
Where's Sean at? Sean, you still here or you gone?
I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, you better not go nowhere. Stay right there.
I don't need to go nowhere. I don't need to go nowhere. I'm staying right here where I'm at.
Stay right there. I got you, homie. All right, now. Who that joint? Yeah, somebody is on mute. Here we go. What did he do for black people? And everybody who want to know, this is on blackpast.org. Shout out to Rob Bourne. He shared this when he had a discussion with Kayal. This was probably about 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, I already know where you're going.
Of course.
Go ahead.
And it's very simple. From early in the movement, Elijah Muhammad was the spiritual and organizational leader of the Nation of Islam. However, Muhammad actually credited the founding of the NOI to Wallace Farr Muhammad, who in the 1930s began teaching, all right, blah, blah, blah. Elijah Muhammad led the expansion of the NOI beyond Detroit to other cities, often recruiting from among the most impoverished urban blacks. He gave them a black nationalist philosophy centered in the fight against the systemic oppression of white America. Muhammad's message enhanced the psychological self-image of blacks, but it also focused on helping individual blacks and the black community develop economic success. While the NOI advocated economic self-reliance since its inception, Muhammad in 1964 introduced a 3-year economic plan, also known as the National Savings Plan, specifically to help blacks achieve financial independence. Under this plan, he urged black people to sacrifice for 3 years, purchasing no more than what they needed and in line with their income to save money. While he urged this program for NOI members, he hoped all black Americans will follow these ideas as well. Okay, there you go. Shout out to Sean. For members of the NOI, however, a large portion of the savings will be sent to the NOI headquarters in Chicago, where the organization's
Just stop reading, Thunder. You're not gonna get past the NOI. Everything is gonna be.
You just heard me. You just heard me do by all black Americans.
No, nigga, please.
Okay, that's fine. A large portion of the savings would be sent to the NOI headquarters in Chicago, where the organization's leaders were allocated toward collective economic development, including the purchase of arable land where vegetables could be grown and cattle could be raised. The plan also encouraged NOI members to purchase commercial real estate and timberland. The timber could be used to build homes for poor blacks, not NOI. Lands with clay could be used to manufacture bricks, which could be used to build brick homes that would then be sold at affordable prices to indigenous people in the NOI community. Indigenous people in the NOI communities. Oh, that's a black. Damn. The 3-year economic plan required NOI members who could afford to do so to pledge 1/10 to 1/3 of their income to the economic development. Members were also required to patronize NOI-owned businesses or to open their own economic enterprises, which will be advertised in Muhammad Speaks, the NOI's official paper. Let me say it again. Members were also required to patronize NOI members or to open their own economic enterprises.
Members, can you be specific? What members? What did you have to be a member of?
The members of the NOI were also required.
So the economic plan was for the who?
Just stop it.
The 3-year economic plan was for who? You still ain't answered my question.
Members of the NOI. Well, I'm gonna go with you, Sean. Members of the NOI were also required to patronize NOI-owned businesses or to open their own economic enterprises, which will be advertised in Muhammad Speaks, the NOI's official newspaper. So he had a newspaper, farmland, timberland. Okay, let's keep going. With the peak membership of 70,000 by the 1960s, the NOI's 3-year economic plan used the collective savings of the members to expand and concentrate Black capital to develop both organization-owned and individual member-owned businesses. These businesses in turn promoted the NOI's goal of an independent, self-contained, Black-controlled economy. These businesses in turn promoted the NOI's goal. What's the goal of the NOI? What's that goal, Sean? An independent, self-contained, and Black-controlled economy. Shout out to Tulsa,
Don't stop
Oklahoma.
reading. Don't stop reading.
I'm gonna keep going. Let me go. Let me cook. In Chicago alone, the NOI organized 15 different businesses, including your supermarket. 15, including your supermarket, Shabazz Grocery, Chicago Lamb Packers, Shabazz Bakery, Good Foods, Shabazz Restaurant and Salam Restaurant, Shabazz Barbershop, and a clothing factory. Across, and of course, Sean, you know these were only for NOI members, right? Or they was for the Black community. Across the U.S., NOI businesses by 1970 included grocery stores that only the NOI can buy from, the dress shops that only the NOI can buy from.
What did you say? Only the what?
The NOI. Across the U.S., the NOI businesses by 1970 included grocery stores that the NOI can only buy from, because that's all it's for, right, Sean? The dress shops, the dry cleaners, the bakeries, the restaurants, which provided food, cooked meals, and clothing to who? Both Muslims and non-Muslims at affordable prices. In the 1960s, NOI
hold on. Everybody be quiet for a second.
Yeah.
And let me just say this for the record. No one can outdo what Elijah Muhammad. Nobody say a word. It is facts.
That's facts.
You're not gonna find anybody that outdid him. As I said before, the man had majority shares in a bank. Now let me ask you a question. Because I just got an inbox a while ago. Thunder.
Garfield, are you fucking serious?
Hold on, Sean, hold on a second. Because if you're hold on one second.
You just said no one can outdo a fucking pedophile.
Oh,
you're right.
Come on, man.
No. I said as far as economics, you're not gonna find anybody.
Garfield, who benefits from the economic plan?
Listen, Sean.
No, you're not gonna do this.
Wait,
no, I'm gonna keep interrupting you till you kick me off the show. I am not gonna let you do this. Who benefits?
Don't kick him off.
I'm not kicking him off. He's right. You see, this is the problem. The Nation of Islam economically, you're not going to see Fred disagree with this. They did a lot of stuff because they were a nationalistic movement. They fronted, because if you read the FBI files after Malcolm died, they said, yes, we're going to support them when we infiltrate the group. In 1968, they said that they're going to do what they did before when Malcolm was. They're going to push more programs for economics and not about what their belief and what they're trying to do as grouping the people together. It's in the FBI files. So they allow the Nation of Islam to push all this nationalistic stuff. You're going to be what we're doing economically, but you're going to have a black face on it. And they were very successful at it. You can't deny that. You can't deny that, family. We can say, oh, he only did it for the Nation of Islam. No, if you notice the article, what he said, they had Muhammad Farms, they have this, they have that. We can't disagree with that. Now, if you're talking about sex with children and morality, that's a different conversation.
That's a different topic.
That's all Thunder is saying. Now, Sean is saying that no, it was only for NOI people.
That's a lie.
Sean, the floor is yours. And after that, I'm gonna get back to Ray.
All righty, thank you. Now, before Garfield wanted to be a pacifist for the NOI once again, because that's what he's embedded in. He was raised up in the NOI cult, so he's going to defend the cult. But as I've stated, everything is about the NOI. If the NOI is not benefiting for it, it is not for no one else. I can't, as a non-Muslim person, work at an NOI Shabazz grocery store to benefit my people. That employment is only for NOI
Muslims
members.
and non-Muslims will employ at NOI own business.
Let me finish, Thunder. God damn. Let me finish.
You cut me off 2 or 3 times. Shut up.
Okay, but I also listened to you for 5 minutes while you read it.
You're right.
Yeah.
You did. Go ahead.
So again, I'm gonna say it one more time. I can't go into a Muslim community as a non-Muslim and earn my keep in that area because everything was driven for the NOI. We had this argument before, and everything kept going back to the NOI, back to the NOI, back to the NOI. Yeah, they created some businesses for Black people to come in and shop and buy goods and services. Absolutely. That was a thing. That goes back to what Garfield wants to argue. Nobody did it like Elijah because he bought some land, he got milk and cows and all this other stuff on there. He's got farmland in Atlanta where they benefit from, all of that. But it all benefits the NOI. It doesn't benefit Black people across the country because it's limited in its what you call in the Great Plan. It's only limited to certain areas. That's why it's only limited in Georgia. It's only limited in Chicago, Illinois.
As such, the NOI had created the first Black-owned national food production. You know what? Go ahead. Come on. Go ahead, Sean. Keep on going.
Think Sean knows the history.
Keep going,
That's
Sean.
what it is.
It's right there in his face.
Keep going, Sean. Keep on talking.
Sean, you don't know the history.
Let you done? Are y'all done? Are you finished?
Yeah, well, I'm done. Go ahead. Keep talking.
All right. Thank you. So again, how many food trucks do you see coming to where you live, Garfield, from the NOI, dropping off foods in grocery stores? Fuck the bean pies. We see the bean pies on every corner. We see a damn black suit and a tie. Where's all these produce coming from? Huh?
What got to do with the NOI?
No, answer. Can you answer my question real quick? Because I'm finna talk about Black business. Since you say it was the best thing, I'm gonna talk about Black business.
Sean,
can you answer the question?
Can I just say this?
Go ahead.
No, I want you to answer my question.
We're talking about Elijah Muhammad in that.
I'm not done.
Today.
Go ahead.
I'm not done. I'm asking you.
I can't answer that. I can't answer that.
Y'all can't answer that, right?
No
one can answer that.
But what remains today of the NOI of this economic?
All right, so no, hold on, Juju. So hold on. That was 1964, right? And this was supposed to be a 3-year plan. How far did fucking Black people get since his 3-year plan?
Okay,
we got very far.
Okay. Now, mind you, was it the efforts of the NOI that got us very far? Because he ain't pushing no political agenda that benefited Black people.
Oh, man.
He wasn't marching. He wasn't marching no goddamn well, doing sit-ins and getting us anywhere. It was other. First of all, it was other people's blood, sweat, and tears that got us to where we are today. You on the internet because somebody sat down in a damn restaurant, sat in the front of a bus. You ain't on the internet because Elijah Muhammad came up with a plan about a 3-year plan for Black people about some food and farmland and certain businesses.
Man.
One more time. You're not where you are today because of something Elijah Muhammad did, bro. He didn't do anything that benefited you.
All right.
He did things.
Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, finish that.
He did not do anything that benefited you.
Okay.
He didn't. You already said it. You said he's the greatest leader, but you can't provide me one quality that he bestowed on you that allowed you to say that he was a fucking great leader. Neither you nor Garfield.
Hey, Garfield,
Garfield was lost. Garfield was lost. Garfield stumbled into a mosque. He stumbled into a mosque and got put on security. He was a fucking bootlicking singer out there on the corner.
He stumbled.
He was lost.
Come on,
him and True Story went to the mosque because they were trying to get. They were trying to get
Danny into that, man.
I don't want to get Sean for the rest of the night. Let me get to Fred. Fred.
You so
All right.
Fred. Let's
In the
ask
mid
a clear
1960s.
question.
Yes.
We're talking about economic empowerment. Let's look at what Elijah Muhammad did. And I know personally that I could show tons of things that he did economically speaking. We're not talking about leadership now. We're talking about economic empowerment. Do you find anyone that did better or more than what Elijah Muhammad put together?
Booker T. Washington is still alive today to his college. So
thank you.
But what
Let him talk.
What I want to say to this: you are not a nation if you have no water source, no bank, no hospital. Now, let's digress. Is what he done sustainable? There's no sustainability. Like I've interviewed more than 5 people, about between 5 and 10 people who went bankrupt trying to open up a steak and take. He wanted to import fish from a third world country.
From Peru, right?
Yeah, they went bankrupt because they left their job in the big city, and they went down south to the fish farm, and they was not successful. So if we're talking about from 1933 to where we are now, it's the ideas were great. It had some life to it, but when we looking at it from a 2023 lens, the Nation of Islam is basically suffering, and they have not built the hospital. That 3-year plan was supposed to build a hospital, a bank, somewhere in there.
You talking about in Elijah's time?
Yeah. It was supposed to build a hospital, if I'm not mistaken.
They didn't build a bank?
No, hold on. Fred, I think the hospital was more of a Farrakhan thing. I think the bank was an Elijah thing, which he did.
I'm trying to put it together in my head, but I have all these notes in my head right now that I'm not clear.
You finna hear it. You ain't gotta put it in your head, bro. You finna hear it right now.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
He did get the bank. He did get it back. He did have a bank.
But it wasn't sustainable. Are you
blaming Elijah for that?
He's the leader, right? You giving him credit for being a leader.
Yeah, the body's on.
So you saying him building something that failed, that means he's not a good leader?
Facts.
I mean,
guys, do you think? Quick question: Do we not know that? I believe the plan and the thought behind it was great and it did good for its time. But do we think the white man's gonna let this growth continue to outgrow them?
Despite opposition from local whites in the South, including Ku Klux Klan members who poisoned or shot cattle and attempted to sabotage. Bro,
and that's still going on. They still sabotaging any kind of plan that we come up with. So I don't think it's because it wasn't feasible or wasn't strong enough that it didn't survive. I think
shout
it
out to Tulsa,
survive.
Oklahoma. I guess Black Wall Street.
Y'all making
I
excuses.
guess Black Wall Street.
Two
don't
different
count
times. Two different times.
Sean,
Two
I guess
different
Black Wall
times.
Street don't
In
count.
1964, a lot. What the hell was the NOI main office at where they were trying to do all of their businesses? It wasn't in the South. So all
Shout
of
out
this
to
in the
Tulsa,
South,
Oklahoma,
in the South. Elijah Muhammad ass wasn't in the South. As a segregationist, why would the Ku Klux? You just said the Ku Klux Klan was in support of the guy. So why would they be in support of him? Because he was a segregationist, which means they don't give a care what business he do as long as he do his business somewhere else.
That's fact.
And it don't have anything to do with them.
But you see what they were willing to do, right?
So again, how did we benefit from him? Because we keep talking about him. So how did we benefit?
Who is this we you talking?
We, the 99.9999999% of black people that wasn't in the NOI, that was never a Muslim, or none of that. How did we benefit? What did he do that helped us move forward as a people?
That's what he did. In the mid-1960s, the NOI purchased and developed farms in Michigan, Alabama, and Georgia.
We had farms already. He didn't do nothing nobody else was doing, bro. We had farmland.
That provided fresh meat, and
we had
that's what he did.
We had
Yeah.
people that had that.
You didn't say
We
it.
had people
You
that
didn't
had
say it
that.
had to be
Can I say
exclusive to him.
something?
You
We had
hold on,
people that had
stupid.
that.
Let me read, man. You didn't say it had to be exclusive to him.
You
Sean.
ain't saying nothing. But you're not saying nothing that
You didn't
other
say it
people
had to be
already didn't
exclusive.
have, bro.
In the
I asked
60s,
you about something that
Sean.
benefited us, and you can't provide me with
I'm
anything.
reading
You
it right
named a
now.
3-year plan.
I'm
Sean,
reading this 3-year plan.
Hey, Stunner, let me ask Sean a question, bro.
Go ahead.
First of all,
Hold on, Amira, before you say,
angry.
Amira,
Right.
hold on 1 second. Sean, chill out for 1 second. Stupies, ask your question. Go ahead.
Sean, in the 60s, how many hundreds of black farms we had in America? We had thousands of black farms. Would you agree with that? If you go down south, you had black farmers. So what he did with the two farms, the peanut farm he had, no, not to right one. Black farmers were there.
That's
So
not true, Stupies. You asked me a question. Do you want me to answer it now?
yeah. Mhm.
Okay, as far as the number of blacks that had farms, we had tons of black people that had farms,
That's what he
especially.
said. But that's what Stoopy said, bro.
That's what he said.
I'm agreeing with him there that we had tons, and those farms directly delivered produce to the local black stores that were in the area. Because remember, we're living in a segregated space where they were trying to desegregate that space. So around that time, he's talking about this 3-year plan. We already had people that were doing this. We already had a number of banks that the black people owned that either failed or were getting ready to fail, or whatever the case may be.
Hold on. Which black banks did you have in the 60s? Name those black banks for me. Please.
I'm gonna speak directly. I'm gonna speak directly for Nashville. I'm gonna speak directly for Nashville and say Citizens Bank. There's 2
I'm a member
or
of Citizens
3.
Bank.
Yes, nigga. That's the name of the bank right now.
I said I'm a member of Citizens Bank, nigga, right here in Atlanta.
In Memphis, there were several black owned banks and people that had land and farmland and all of those things. So what I'm saying is that what Elijah in this 3-year plan around that time in the 60s, if I'm equating it to what everybody else was doing, that wasn't nothing new to us. That wasn't moving us forward.
Hold on.
Black people been trying to find economic success forever.
Okay. But all right, let me ask you this, Sean. So you want us to show you something that Elijah did that exclusive that nobody else did,
Yes.
right? That's what you want, right?
That's what he wants.
That's what you want?
Yes.
That's exactly what he wants.
That's not what he said. That's not
No,
what he said.
because he said that. No, because
No,
everything that we
let's
said.
not be disingenuous.
Juju, because everything that we said, he said that other people
He's
did.
knocking down everything we say. So what you want me to do?
Trying to figure out. I'm trying to.
What?
I'm trying
Okay. Do you remember my question? Do you, as far as your comprehension goes, if a white person was talking to you, you would know exactly what he said. Do you understand? Do you comprehend what I said?
That was a good one, Sean. Go ahead.
Sean, have a good night.
That was let him go, man.
I'm done with Sean. Sean, good night.
Okay, let me ask this question.
Let me get back to Fred right now, because Fred took the time out to jump on and have a little fun with us.
Can I ask Fred a question though, brother?
Of course, go ahead.
All right, brother Fred, I appreciate all the work you're doing, brother, and I'm with you.
Thank
I just want a quick question to you, and this will be for Sean if he's listening. Do you guys think that if the moral issues had never been a factor, do you think all of the stuff that was completed by Elijah Muhammad was still not worth a damn? That's the question I want to know. If we never knew anything about any pedophilia, because if he did that, then he deserves to suffer from that. I understand that. I'm not defending that. I just want to know if that never happened. If that never happened, would we look at all the things he did for black people in America as nothing at all?
No, it wouldn't have been sustainable because he didn't leave a will. Simple as that. And he spread his oats so far. So if you're having kids, you're not disciplined enough so it can be sustainable for generations upon generations. And the fact that he didn't have structure within his 8 or 9 kids that he had with Clara Muhammad, it's impossible for it to be sustainable. It was literally no structure, and because of that, I don't think it could have carried on for 40 or 50 years, because if that were so, then it would have been everyone would have followed Warith Deen Muhammad, and wouldn't have had they 3 or 4 or 5 different factions of the Nation of Islam, you know. And two, I want to make something clear when we talk about like the wealth of Black people, and everyone got to Google Andrew Johnson. He's literally the first slave master, and he was a Black man.
Yeah, we know Andrew Johnson.
Okay, Johnson. So the point I want to make is there were hundreds of Andrew Johnson, and we also got to take, because my family owned 300 acres in Virginia. So still currently we own 300 acres, and it's cornfields now. It's cornfields, and we rent it, and so all across that panhandle, you know, from Texas, from Louisiana, all the way up to Virginia, there were hundreds of thousands of Black people that own hundreds of thousands of acres. You understand what I'm saying? So if they owned their land, the laws that govern the South applied to them. What we understood is that Black people were used as cattle back then, and Black people who had land used Black people as cattle as well, and free labor. Now there are more, and at that time there were more. See, we really got to do our homework, because we're all Western civilized in terms of our education. There were more Black and brown people as slaves and leaders in America, in the Americas, we'll call it the Americas, that were in charge and enslaving Black and brown people. We're gonna call them Black and brown people for the sake of this conversation. And this is what we got to understand. See, we're getting it from a vantage point of Christopher Columbus. We're getting, or America Vespucius, if I'm probably mispronouncing his name, and Abraham Lincoln was our hero. But we also got to keep in mind that Abraham Lincoln wanted to get reelected. You know what I mean? Abraham Lincoln wanted to control the votes, wanted to control the 13 colonies. So from that standpoint, we got to unlearn to learn. There were thousands of Black people that owned land in the South, that owned land and that had Black people as slaves. So I don't know what the true numbers are, but when you go, everyone got to do their homework and look at the registry of the people that lived in the 17 and 1800s. You can go to any library in America and you can look at the people who actually lived there, and you can literally see, like, damn, black people, or whatever, people of color. You understand what I'm saying? So, but and then to fast forward to what we're talking about now, is the ideas were good, right? And then people can say it inspired the Muhammad Ali's, it inspired Malcolm X, it inspired, so people say Farrakhan, and so on and so forth, but it wasn't sustainable. So what that means is, because it wasn't sustainable, it was for selfish satisfaction.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So if I start a small business and it fails,
listen
because
to
I'm
me.
selfish, man.
Hold on, let him finish.
Listen,
Let him finish.
because there was no plan in place post Elijah Muhammad. He says, I am the last. There was no plan in place for Wharf Dean Muhammad wasn't put in place while Elijah Muhammad was alive.
I can feel that.
He was
I can feel you on that.
He died. So what I'm saying is, we also got to understand, it's like I have a son. I'm grooming him to lead the Hawthorns. You understand what I'm saying? He didn't groom anyone, because what he didn't want was for his failures to come about. And that's the same thing. And to draw a parallel, if you listen to the Swan song from last year, Farrakhan said, don't let these people trick you or fool you, because he doesn't want his transgressions to come out. So he's trying to protect these women. He said, women, don't let these women fool you. Don't let these people fool you, because they know as soon as he died, someone's going to offer these 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7 different women a couple $1,000s to tell their story. You understand? He said he was the last prophet, and then he went on and said he is God. You know, so if you don't have a plan in place, you don't want to extend beyond your natural existence.
I feel you on that. I can feel you on that, because he did talk like that, like, you know, like he was per se the coming of God, or that type of attitude. And you're right on the succession. But I'm just simply asking, as a great leader in his prime, doing the things that he did and accomplishing the things he was doing while he was alive
for 40 years.
Without the moral stuff, would you say he was a great leader at any point of his time without the moral stuff? That's the question.
He was a cult leader.
See, that's challenging. See,
He's a
that's
cult leader.
All right. Can I finish, Garfield?
I think it's mostly
because
personality worship.
Because
Hold
between
on.
the years
Too many people talking. Too many
from
people
1933 to from August. Wait a minute. Let's say from 1933 to August of 1952 when Malcolm X got out of prison. He only had 1,000 members, 2,000 members. Do you understand what I'm saying? So with that being said, this man had a 19-year head start on Malcolm X. He had a 19-year head start on Malcolm X. So is he a great leader? That's questionable. Is he a great leader? I would lean on no. Did he have an interesting mind? Sure, he had an interesting mind. But if you're leading, lead. You can't lead being immoral.
That's sad.
No, but Fred, in all
you can be a
fairness,
businessman. You
Fred,
can be a businessman. Yes.
Fred,
yes.
this is Garfield.
Yeah.
In all fairness,
He just being funny.
in all fairness, right? I'm gonna let you go in a second. In all fairness,
yes,
it seems like, right? We know, all right. So he only had 1,000, 2,000 members before Malcolm X came in,
right?
But wasn't he the person that molded Malcolm X to make him go out and start these months? Wasn't that ingenious on his part?
That ain't good leadership. To get a face.
Though?
The SCLC got a face. Martin Luther King was a face.
I'm gonna give you an example, right? In the conscious
the
community.
SCLC put Rosa Parks up.
Hold on.
Was that genius?
Hold on. Brother Unc, right? When he met me like 10 years ago, he said, listen, man, I'm gonna put down this Hebrew Israelite nonsense. I think you got it. I got it to the point where these dudes don't even want to debate me on the topic about Hebrew Israelites and their craziness. Unc is ingenious to say, I'm gonna put Garfield to deal with this because I don't have to do that. I could concentrate on what I need to do. Mm-hmm. So he's talking. So Elijah Muhammad having this guy, Malcolm X, and designate him to say, hey, you gonna be the guy to go around, my national representative. That's a leader.
That's delegate. Yeah, that's delegating leadership. Authority.
No, Fred, if you said Garfield, you're gonna make a movie on a topic, and you say, I'm gonna designate and pinpoint and say, I'm gonna have Thunder be the guy that's in Georgia, that's my pinpoint guy, and you have a successful researcher over there. You are showing leadership on your point by making Thunder be the crazy guy in Georgia, or Garfield the crazy guy in New York doing whatever for you. It's leadership. We gotta give Elijah credit for that. Whether he did it or not, he actually designated what you call it?
That's good leadership. A good owner is going to hire a good manager.
Good leadership or good management? Which one? Good manipulator.
Okay,
so
let Fred answer the question. Hold on. I'm let you come in.
It's just real challenging to call a man a leader of an entire black civilization.
No, black organization.
Black organization. Okay, we'll call it what you want. I'm not getting caught in context.
It's a black national. It's right here. A black nationalist organization.
I know, but it doesn't matter. It's tit for tat. Envelope. Well, the point I'm making is it's challenging. And there's consequences. There's consequences if we sit on this platform and acknowledge Elijah Muhammad as a great leader. It's consequences for this. And I think it's the compound interest on calling him a great leader is astronomical. You know why?
Why?
Because Malcolm X was murdered.
Yeah. What they got to do with him?
Wait, you calling him a leader? These This is what happens. This is what happens when you follow Elijah Muhammad.
He was not a member of a lot.
You don't let people talk.
Go ahead, man.
Malcolm X was murdered by 5 Nation of Islam members, and Farrakhan took over the Nation of Islam. And who did he murder? Who did he shoot? at the University of Riverside? Khalid Abdul Muhammad, right? So
allegedly.
So it's not. And anyway, so the point I'm making is, so we got to be real careful, because if you don't subscribe to what he believes in, what you get beat up on the East Coast. There's hundreds of stories. You feel free to Google them. Muhammad Ali's assistant was beat up to his almost death, right? Muhammad Ali was
allegedly
kicked out of the Nation. No, it's not. This is not allegedly. Muhammad Ali was kicked out of the Nation of Islam. So many different members were kicked out of. John Ali was kicked out of the Nation of Islam. There's so many. If you do not agree with the rule brick, then the consequences at the very least is death. I mean, at the highest is death, and at the and your water gets turned off. So we got to be very, very careful when we're using the term leader, because we got 8, 9, 10-year-old kids listening. So I think we got to understand, did he have good ideas to make us independent? Sure.
Good
but
ideas.
to call him a leader is there's consequences for that.
So is there somebody that you call a good leader?
Hold on, Amira, hold on 1 second.
All right.
I think
That's sad.
we asked something of Fred, right? And in all fairness, Fred, we asked something specific. We're talking about the economic progress that he made within his little realm of world that he was in, right? But
Come on, Garfield, man. You just trying not to let me get in, yo.
Come on,
yo.
I'm coming to you right now. Go ahead, man.
Come on, man. Man, he had economic success for himself, yo. He was a leader. He was a cult leader. We can't play this game no more, man. We're not gonna sit here and discard great leadership. Garfield, I always give you credit for what you do, brother. Elijah Muhammad took the credit that Malcolm pushed out there. He didn't say the brother Malcolm is a great man. He didn't. He took all the credit for himself, yo. That's what cult leaders do. I seen it. I seen it right in front of my face. Malachi York. He took the credit for what everybody did, man. He never admitted that it was other people helping him build that thing. Never, bro. That's what cult leaders do. All roads run to the cult leader. Any businesses was in the name of him.
What bag?
Any business, any finances went to him. Am I making this up? No, I'm not making this up.
Oh, go put it in the locker.
I'm not making this up. I'm not. We can look it up.
Yes, you are.
And then
I'm
what
looking at it right
program did
now.
he give us?
In
What
Chicago
program did he
alone.
give us? Man, I'm in the middle of talking.
Hold on,
right now,
let
bro.
me finish.
Listen, I'm saying, what you gotta ask yourself, are we ready? What program did he give us? We can tell. The program didn't work. Bro, the program didn't work. We don't even have to argue this.
It didn't work.
It didn't work. What Martin Luther King and them did worked. It's clear because we're pushing that program. We're taking advantage of things now. With Malcolm and them, well, I ain't even gonna say Malcolm, they just killed him. I'm saying what Elijah and them was trying to push, it didn't work. Trying to be separate. As a matter of fact, y'all all went for the lie. You can Google it. It says, yeah, they was part of the quote unquote the daggone civil rights movement. They actually wasn't, because all their whole ideology is anti-civil rights movement, bro. It don't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. They wanted their own thing, right? Not for black people, for Muslims. Yes, they help people off of drugs. When you became a Muslim, right? Or they played that game so you could be a Muslim. It was the same thing. It was the cult leader syndrome, bro. That did not change with Elijah Muhammad. What leadership get to stay in leadership forever? That don't even make no sense. Can we vote? Can we figure it out? You got Khalid Muhammad,
No democracy.
right? You got Khalid Muhammad, and actually, hold on, Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X was really fighting for all black people. And what happened? They got kicked the hell out.
And Elijah wasn't.
No, he wasn't. He was for people that was in his cult. And this is easy. We don't have to argue this. We argued it all last Wishman comment. We
I'm
brought out
reading it, bro.
everything. Why we got to keep doing this? Garfield just being funny right now. He's
No,
trying
yeah.
to have a good show. I already know that. He's being
No,
funny.
he's not.
Thunder, you and hit up you and it full steam ahead like you ain't got no sense. Stop it. Knock it off. I'm done.
All right.
Pseudo killers on deck. We're gonna do a show.
Pseudo
on this.
killers on
Now, I'm
deck.
gonna
That's
beat him
fine.
up for the rest of. I'm gonna beat him up for the rest of the Black History Month.
That's
Just for
fine.
that. Just for this show, I'm beating him up for the rest of Black History Month.
Peace to your aunt. That's always good to hear from you, brother. Last question
Absolutely.
I had for the brother Fred.
Oh, yes.
I think we're still getting caught up on that moral issue, and that's
Of
hard
course we
for
are.
us to let go, and that's cool. But if you take any great leader that you think is a great leader, and if you were to find out today some moral stuff that happened, would you still consider them a great leader? That's the first question. The second one is, I kind of think that the reason why Martin Luther King's plans continued on so far is because he was such a non-violent, coming from a non-violent standpoint, when these other brothers were coming for by any means necessary, and with a little more fear about what they could accomplish if you gave them too much power. And when Martin Luther King started to lean toward that by any means necessary, in the end of his life, he was killed. So do we not see that that's when he started to, when they assassinated him, he was leaning more toward some of the things that Malcolm and them stood for, as far as our people were concerned. And so I think that's why it went farther, because he was so docile, and that the movement was a bit more docile than the Nation of Islam's movement.
Okay.
And so that's all the question I have for you, bro.
Okay. I'll work backwards. Elijah Muhammad had two examples, two big points in the Nation of Islam's career to be by any means necessary. That was when John F. Kennedy passed away. He said, "Stand down." And when Ronald Stokes was murdered, August 27th, 1962, he said, "Let Allah deal with it." And he said, "Everyone shut up as it pertains to John F. Kennedy." But November 23rd, it was okay to say the white man's the devil. But on November 22nd, it was not. Malcolm X came to California, Los Angeles, and advocated that we, by any means necessary. And Elijah Muhammad's quote was, "Let Allah deal with it." Now, Elijah Muhammad was a non-violent man as well, based off of who he was in the face of adversity. So it's this is why we really got to do our homework as it pertains to who these people really are. There was never an incident when the Nation of Islam stood up and fought the white people. You know what he did? He went and negotiated with Rockwell down in Atlanta.
Of course.
He went and negotiated.
That's smart. That's leadership.
Can I finish?
Yep,
He didn't. No, because when when the white man is the devil, you destroy, you seek and destroy. You don't negotiate with devils. You destroy the devil. Isn't that what Allah and God say do?
No, that's
destroy.
what you said do.
No, but so the point I'm making is this. Elijah, how we perceive the Nation of Islam and its head wasn't a violent person.
He chose peace.
Malcolm X was the man who invented self-defense and by any means necessary. And Elijah Muhammad told him to stand down. So we fully got to grasp the realities of who these people are. It sounds good, men marching and they in these big cities and they're 100 deep and they talking the talk and they walking the walk, but I've never seen them. The one time historically that has big acclaim, and this may have happened, it may have happened elsewhere on a smaller claim, but was when Malcolm X stood at the 28th precinct. And if not for Malcolm X, that man, the Nation of Islam member would have died from blood. So we really got to understand who these people are.
Hey Fred, do you understand who Martin Luther King was?
Yeah, I'll answer that, but we're not talking about Martin Luther King tonight. But
I'm asking. I just asked you a question, brother. That's all.
What was the first part of the question?
The first part of the question was, because we were so leaning with the moral part and being the leader, I was saying, if any leader in your head that was a great leader that you consider a great leader for Black people, and then if tomorrow you found out there were some immoral things that happened or criminal things that happened that just came out, would you still consider them a good leader?
I'm glad you said that, because I only introduce my family to dead people. I'll never introduce LeBron James, Barack Obama, anybody like that because I have to do my research first. And the reason why Malcolm X is so it permeates through my household, especially on days like this and May 19th and so on and so forth, is because of his high moral code. You understand what I'm saying? So it's very intentional that Malcolm X is talked about in my house. He was a husband. He was a God-fearing man. And I researched myself.
What else he done?
I researched myself. Did he cheat on his wife? Did he do? I literally Googled, like, man, I dug to dig deep just to
find out, bro.
Just to confirm. So yes, he's not a leader in my eyes. You know, he falls short of the glory of God. That's why that's just the reality of it.
Who you talking about, Malcolm?
I was answering it.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Malcolm X.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Malcolm that fell short of the glory of God? That was who you talking?
No, I'm talking about leaders in its totality. When I said that.
Oh, because you said that while you was talking about Malcolm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Malcolm. Yeah.
So, no. That was a separate statement. I should have put a period there. But yeah. So yes. If
so Malcolm was perfect, right? He ain't
hold on. So Fred, let me ask you this, Fred. I'm gonna ask you a serious question now. So that letter that he wrote to Elijah Muhammad about Evelyn, is that a legitimate letter? That Malcolm X wrote that it's not Sister Evelyn's fault?
Or about his read that letter to me so I can get it, because it's so much, because I'm thinking it's so many letters. So but go ahead.
Where he I don't have it in front of me, but pretty much to paraphrase, he was saying that he's really the fault of why you shouldn't put out Sister Evelyn, and it was really his fault, and it's, you know, he tried to put the blame on himself for whatever with the two ladies that left out of the mosque or something to that effect. I don't remember.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, I got it. We got. I'll send it to you. We talk about it another time.
Thank you.
Hey, you said that Malcolm he didn't cheat on his wife, right?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Interesting.
That's news.
I mean, find it. He was watched for what, 52 to 65. He's been watched ever since he debated. Ever since he sent the letter to the president in prison, he's been watched. It's nothing. I did my best.
What about Martin?
I mean, I don't know why you want to compare and contrast.
I'm just asking you a question, Martin, brother. Just ask. Did Martin cheat on his wife?
The evidence is there.
My brother, I'm asking you a question. Did Martin cheat on his wife?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. How you feel about Martin?
He's just a human being to me.
No. Okay. Is he a great leader?
I'm gonna see.
No, you ain't gotta answer.
No.
You gotta answer, Fred. Don't worry about it.
I want to answer it, but I want to preface
it. Fine, Fred. Don't worry about it.
Let's
move on.
I don't think. No, I'm gonna answer your question, and I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna tell you how I feel.
All right, go ahead.
See, we got to understand something. Jim Crow was created by the liberal Democrats, right? Yeah. We all got to do our homework. We all got to do our research. It was created in the 1860s and the 1870s by liberal white Democrats. Martin Luther King was created by the liberal white Democrats. They funneled money through the NAACP, and if you read the mission statement of the NAACP, it's an all lives matter statement. We want equality for all peoples. And go pull it up and pull it up. It's the all lives matter.
What's wrong with that though? What's wrong with that?
No, it's nothing wrong with that. No.
Right.
The point I'm making
is Martin Luther King a great leader though?
I'm getting to the point. So you got to get to where I'm saying.
You supposed to just say, yeah, he was a great leader, yo. You can look.
He can't say it. He can't say it because he gonna be a hypocrite when he say it.
No, I'm not being a hypocrite. I'm not being a hypocrite.
Okay, go ahead and say it then.
Yeah.
No,
go ahead, Fred. Just say Martin Luther King was a great leader. Go ahead, right now.
I'm not a Martin Luther King guy, so I don't know why y'all.
I just asked you.
You are a Martin. Hold on, you are a Martin Luther King guy. You absolutely by default. By default, you access everything that Martin Luther King died for by default. So in that, you gotta say, yo, I gotta give it to him. Your children will benefit off of what that man did. Your
Listen,
children not
I'm
gonna
not
benefit off of what Elijah Muhammad did, but they
Or
definitely
Malcolm.
will benefit off what
Or
Martin Luther
Malcolm.
King did.
no,
Simple.
I'm not letting y'all leverage one part of the conversation to no. I don't think
Okay.
no.
No, I'm
Martin was a
asking, do
great
you
leader,
benefit?
right? Martin was a great leader, right?
No, I'm not a Martin Luther King guy.
I'm just okay. Was he a great leader or not? Yes or no? One of
He
those.
couldn't have been. Listen, he can't be a great leader because in 1966, the man said, "I've led my people into a burning."
Okay, good. He wasn't a great leader. All right, that's fair. That's fair.
He couldn't have been a great leader because he told the white journalist in the middle of a church, "I failed. I was conned. I was same thing with Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad."
Okay, that's fair.
March 8th, 1964, the man said, "I'm no longer part of the Nation of Islam." 11 months later, the man is dead. So up until and then you got to go to Rosa Parks. Rosa Parks says Malcolm X was her hero. She left because she left
I want that
the
spicy chicken sandwich for me
civil rights
alone.
movement because her husband was a officer in the NAACP, and she realized that the NAACP and the white liberals used her because when she found out about Claudette Colvin, y'all got to. But December, she sat on the bus. In March, Claudette Colvin, a 15-year-old dark-skinned girl who was pregnant, sat basically in the same seat and would not give up her seat. But the NAACP said we can't use her because she's pregnant, unmarried, and she's dark-skinned. But that's the point I'm making. So we gotta so when we think big picture, we're not sitting at grandma's couch and she's 78 years old and she's a Martin Luther King. She's a descendant of Martin Luther King teaching. So we got to look at it from the realist perspective. Rosa Parks sat in Detroit when Malcolm X gave the Ballad of the Bullet speech for the second time. First in Ohio, second time in Detroit, and she proclaimed, "That is my hero." So when we look at things in its totality, Martin Luther King knows that he failed Black people. It's a self-admission.
You made that up, yo.
And then when he got on the economic plight, when he
You
got
actually,
on,
hold on, you actually made that up. The
Okay,
good
I made that
reality is, I could
okay,
understand.
what did I make up?
Hold on
Tell me
for a
what I made
minute.
up.
I could listen. We're thinkers and we're sharp, right? We can actually understand why Malcolm would think that he failed. If he could come back today, he would say, "Man, it was worth dying for, bro." Back then, yo, they couldn't see it, yo. They know they wanted to fight for something, right? But they couldn't actually see it because of all the pain and torture they had to go through, right? But now we can actually see as it has come to fruition, right? That we can actually push forward and do more for our children that we could before. It's just a fact of the matter. So you talking about 500 years, bro? 500 years to get to that point, right? So it's nothing that's going to be the overnight thing, right? We got to keep working. Sometimes we get lackadaisical, right? Our quest for what we want to be is not over with. It's just not, right? And so we win these little battles to get to the final goal, bro. It's a constant fight and struggle. But to sit here on a live stream and act like you don't benefit off of every aspect of what they live to die for is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. It doesn't even make any sense, bro. And I'm not talking about you directly. I'm simply saying for any Black person that can look back at their struggle and see what they did, that act like what he didn't make us be able to even get on here without the police kicking our door in. Yeah, kick your door in saying what you saying. What? Man, you couldn't even look at a white person, bro. You couldn't vote. You couldn't do nothing but get beat up and get hung. And watch this. They say, well, the police still shooting us, but yeah, now you can get money for it. Back then, in this time, man, they kill you. You wasn't getting nothing for that.
Yeah.
Regardless, bro, we got to be real, yo. All this against it's just crazy, bro. Like, I used to say the same things you say. That's
You're
not
doing
real
the same thing
intelligent
with
to make
Elijah, though.
statements like that.
You're a hypocrite. You're doing the same thing with
Yeah,
Elijah.
you're a hypocrite, bro. Why don't you give it all back?
I'm not
give
being
it
a
all back, bro.
No, you,
Stand in the middle of the
you're a
street, give it
hypocrite
all
because you're
back.
banging on Elijah.
I'm being a hypocrite.
Yeah, you're being a hypocrite.
That's
But
Banging on Elijah.
that's just like Obama. Obama didn't do much for us, but
Obama ain't do
No,
nothing
we
for no
not
Black
talking
people.
about
Y'all
Obama,
love
yo.
that nigga.
But I'm
Don't
saying
put
I'm
though.
Obama
agreeing
and
with
Martin
you
Luther
all.
King in the
I'm
same
agreeing with
sentence,
you
yo.
all.
But Obama
But here's the thing.
benefited
Here's the
off of what
thing.
Martin Luther King did. That's the point.
Here's
That's
the
the
thing:
point.
all of
What'd you say?
those black leaders have.
Everybody, one mic. Hey, Fred, this is Garfield. Have you read Manning Marable's book on Malcolm?
Yeah. But go ahead.
All right. Did you miss the part where he talked about the woman who they allege Malcolm was sleeping with? A
Yeah, he
secretary?
said
And
he
he also
said
said a
Malcolm
man
didn't
too.
cheat though.
He also said he was
No,
gay.
we're not talking about the gay part. He's talking about Malcolm's former life. We're not talking about that. We're talking about once he became Malcolm X. He said the woman who was his secretary, right?
Mm-hmm.
What happened is there's this whole lawsuit now against Manning Marable's estate because what happened is they said it's kind of ironic that Malcolm was sleeping with a teenage secretary, his secretary, right before, because she was attached to the Newark mosque where the killers come from, and that was his actual secretary. And it's very ironic that's where the killers come from. So she was sitting in the front row when Malcolm got killed. That was his personal secretary. But there was a lady in the OAAU that Betty had accused of sleeping with Malcolm. I don't know. This is a lady named Schiffel. I don't remember what her name was. That she was accused. I'm going to send you the book and clip it and send you an email.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And I've read it. It's been some years since I've read it, so I haven't. I only read that book one time. But it hasn't been substantiated with facts. And Manny Marable's book has been debunked so many times, and it's hard to use him as a source of reference as it pertains to.
Yeah, we ain't gonna accept him as a source. Yeah,
I mean, it's on you. You anyone on this panel can accept it as a source. That's on you and how you do it. But from a scholarly perspective, it's been debunked quite a few times.
Oh, it's the scholarly perspective of Martin Luther King. The whole world agrees that the man was a great leader, yo.
Okay, how many?
See, but you can't do that, bro. You can't throw Elijah in the trash, man. Whatever, y'all.
No, you can't
It's
throw Elijah
hypocritical,
in the
man.
trash.
It's hypocritical.
Absolutely,
and I don't understand it.
I agree with you.
Sugar J, go ahead, bro, because you've been trying to speak the whole.
Elijah got 40 years in the game.
Yeah,
Martin came for
know,
what? How much Martin banged out? 5 years, 6
Hey,
years?
Thunder.
It's
Can I
personality worship.
Can I get a little bit?
Yeah.
Religious
Peace and
indoctrination.
blessings to everybody. I'm ex NOI FOI, and one of the reasons and one of the reasons why I'm no longer NOI. One of the many reasons, but one of the main reasons, when I listen to Black people talk so bad about an organization that, irregardless if you want to call it a cult, all the pseudo whatever, it's a lot of people in that organization that really do love Black people, really do want to see us progress as a people. And then to sit up here and listen to all of y'all just dog is one of the reasons why I'm no longer NOI, because I don't support the messages that y'all are putting out here. Y'all cannot, because if none of y'all don't know anything about the NOI right now, it's still making a lot of money. It's still doing a lot of good in the community. We got Savior's Day coming up. And I'm telling you, it's going to be off the hook.
Act out.
So y'all keep on disregarding it, and you got people like, irregardless to what y'all think, nobody in this world is perfect. Nobody in this world is perfect.
Can I get
None.
2 barbecues, 2 honey mustard, and like 4 packs?
Wait, that's why he quit though?
So all that other stuff, all with all due respect, what you just spouted was hypocrisy at its best.
I know. Why you quit though? Why you quit though? Why you quit?
Because
no
I
sense.
do.
You surprised
Because
really?
people like you that are
Listen,
so
people like
judgmental,
you people like me
people
make you
like
quit.
you that are so judgmental and you don't have any respect for what people died for.
Oh,
People
so I have to say
bled
no
for this.
something.
So yeah, that's why I quit, because I
All right,
don't
man.
want to support people that don't support us.
I appreciate you, Garfield. Come on, Garfield.
Hold on, Sugar J. Why did you leave the Nation of Islam?
Garfield.
I just said it. I said it. I said it.
Why Garfield?
I'll tell you why I left.
You said it because the people like Unc. I appreciate it. That mean the message actually worked. Bro. I'm glad you're out of that.
No. It's because people
brother.
like Unc and other black people don't appreciate the hard work that we really did.
You're right. We sure don't. We sure don't. I agree. We don't appreciate culture, bro.
That's one of the reasons.
You're right.
Because
the people like
were you on the
It
Farrakhan
doesn't make
banner?
sense, but you have to say no.
Yeah, I was under the Farrakhan banner.
Tomato, no cheese.
that. First of all, to the chat, that's not Juju. I don't know who that is. I need to mute their mic.
I
but
think
I'm
that's
not
Unc
getting
people.
no
That's Unc
spicy chicken sandwich. And I'm not eating, and that is not Juju. I'm sitting in my living room.
That's
hot about that Chick-fil-A,
I
bro.
am not at Chick-fil-A. That's Unc who love Chick-fil-A, y'all. That's Bobby Banger, okay?
Hey, Moo, come on in here, Moo. Come on, save the day, Moo.
Where Moo at?
Right here, man. We love Moo, man. Come on, Moo.
Man, that's your little boy, Moo.
Hey, what up? What up? Hey, let me put this out here.
Big up Momo, long time. Big up Momo.
How y'all doing? But look, check this out. What's up? What's up? So when we what I found that was missing in this conversation too, when somebody mentioned, MLK and his movement being docile, why don't we ever address the fact that while them 4 little girls was being bombed in that church, the NOI was having peaceful meetings with the Klan. These niggas had peaceful meetings with the Klan, but you can go on TV and everywhere else and talk about by any means necessary. If you violent against us, we violent against you. They was in the building, not over the phone. They was face to face with the niggas who certified for hanging niggas, and they sitting up there having peaceful meetings, probably drinking coffee.
You don't even understand what the meeting was about. What are you talking about? You don't even know.
Bro, it don't matter what it's about.
Yes,
hey, hold on.
yes,
See, this is what I'm talking about. Hold on, bro.
It does matter what
You mean to tell me an organization that kills black people is a meeting can have a fucking context and not let's get it on?
Yes, it should have a context because you got to understand. Just like right now, listen, you guys can be as hard as you want to be right now. One thing that you are not ready for is war with the white man.
That's why you weak. That's why you weak, bro. That's why you weak. That's why you weak. You ain't got no guts. That's why you weak, bro. Because listen, hold on, bro. Listen, it was reported that it was a Klan member. It was a Klan member that planted that bomb in that church that killed them 4 little girls. I don't care what the meeting was. Hold on, bro. And no, you tell me what kind of meeting you gonna have with an organization that killed your child. Tell me what y'all gonna meet and talk about. Bro. What subject is on the table that y'all can peacefully talk about?
Okay, you want me to tell you? You want me to tell you what it was about?
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Can I tell you what
research on that and then come back and holler at me?
Hold on, Thunder. Can I tell you what it was about?
Hiroshima, Nagasaki.
It was about separating.
You can tell me what it won't make, but it's still. You see how dumb you. But right, and you defending that dumb shit,
bro.
This is what I'm saying. You defending that coward ass shit. What this?
Look at you. No
I think it's stupid, bro.
Calm down.
You stupid.
You're not gonna do anything to nobody. So calm down.
Nigga, I done done shit to a lot of people, nigga. I done shit to a lot of people, nigga.
Hey, listen,
so you can kill that noise. Yeah, nigga. I done shit to a lot of people. So stop that. I wouldn't have been in I ain't never been in no peaceful meeting with the Klan, nigga.
Okay,
put the conversation back on the rails. Don't jump off. Don't jump off.
What Elijah have? What the NOI have? The NOI was standing in front of niggas that hung black people. They was standing in front of niggas that hung black people. They shook their hand, nigga.
What city you from?
Hey, Momo.
I'm from Houston. I'm from Houston. I'm from Houston, nigga. I'm from Houston.
Momo, one mic.
What up, bro?
Hold on. Momo.
I got you. But yeah, I'm from Houston.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Okay, well, let me say something about Houston.
Sugar baby. Sugar J. Hold on. I call him Sugar baby. Hold on 1 second. This is what I'm going to say. Now, Mumu said something, we would call it gaslighting. Now, Mumu is right. If the Nation of Islam met with the Ku Klux Klan, while they did that, that is horrible. There's no defense for that.
Right.
We don't defend that. What the brother should have said is, show me evidence that the Nation of Islam met with them during that time period. because the Nation of Islam
correct.
did
That's
meet
fair.
with him. I think Fred talked about it earlier. Malcolm X, a matter of fact, Malcolm X was the one, I believe, actually spoke at their rally. Malcolm X spoke, and I might be wrong. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. He was the one that spoke at the white supremacist rally representing Elijah Muhammad. Okay? So now, Sugar J, what you need to ask is, where is this evidence at? I'm not saying anybody's right or anybody's wrong. We're having a dialogue. We got to stop taking this conversation personal, family. We got to stop taking it personal. We're having a dialogue. If you're too in, if you gonna support Sugar Day, I know you're an ex-NOI guy, but if somebody says that the NOI met with the Klan, it is true. That's not a lie. You need to ask him, when did this happen, Mumu? That's all you need to ask Mumu. So hold on, Sugar J. Mumu, when did this happen? Are you basing it? Because you are right, they did meet with the Klan, but I don't know if it's the same time the Alabama thing happened. I'm not sure. So I can't say yes.
All right, hey. Okay. All right, Garfield, I got you. But look, I don't know when it happened, and I'm not gonna try to pretend like I know exactly when the meeting happened. But I'm gonna say this. Remember in that movie, Ali movie, remember it was a scene where Malcolm came to Muhammad Ali's house and was telling him about how upset he was that they couldn't do nothing about that because Elijah Muhammad and the nation didn't want to move on.
That's a fact.
So
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Right. And so, and if we look at the fact that one of the reasons that they were having issues with Malcolm is everybody always just talk about the girls, but the women that Elijah Muhammad was sleeping with, which was messed up enough. But another major reason they were having issues is because Malcolm was seeing that these dudes is all talk, and he was getting tired of it.
That's fact.
That's a major part of the reason why they started to have distance. So when we start making statements about the NOI being about any means necessary and all this type of stuff, bro, we talking about the Klan. We're not talking about some common white dude. Hold on. Let me finish this right quick. We're not talking about some common white dude you might see at the grocery store. You might think be racist. Maybe he is, maybe he not. We talking about the dudes that's certified for committing violence against innocent black people. Even if it didn't happen at the time of the 4 little girls, we know that the Klan got a record of hanging black folks. And you mean to tell me y'all gonna have a piece? Ain't no defense for that, bro.
Hey, I'm not. Hold on a second. The bombing was September 15, 1963. Okay.
Screen, Garfield.
Hold on a second. It was way before that it happened. Just for the record. I'm not supporting. Hold on. I'm not supporting the NOI meet with the Klan. Just like I'm not supporting Garvey. Hold on. Just like I'm not supporting Marcus Garvey doing the same thing.
Shout out my man Mumu.
Okay.
Good job. Malcolm X met with the KKK leader to discuss the creation of a black state.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Malcolm X held a meeting in Atlanta, Georgia, where I currently reside, with the Ku Klux Klan discussed their shared rejection of integration and the Nation of Islam's hopes of a black-only state, according to a new book.
Crazy.
Malcolm X met. Do I need to?
You don't need to go no further.
I don't think I need to. Yeah.
No.
Okay. Let me make this intelligent point here. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
How many times did how many times did Martin Luther King speak at the mosque?
Martin Luther King?
Yeah, how many times did he speak at the mosque?
Don't know.
I don't know.
None.
Probably none.
How many times did the creator of Scientology speak at the mosque? How many times did Jim Jones? Hold on. How many times did Jim Jones speak at the mosque?
You good, man.
There's a pattern. Hold on.
You good, man.
Hold on, everybody. There's something going on right in front of our face.
You good.
Too much personality.
Is it just me? Have I lost my mind? Have I?
You the one words.
Am I in enchanted forest somewhere where we just all go crazy and act like we can't meticulously go back over these things right now? Yeah. See, this is the beauty of having 70 years of having an
organization. Want to
organization.
know why the Hebrew Israelites hate the NOI? Do you guys
Did I
know
do something
why?
wrong? Did my mic go out, Garfield?
Hold on. Yeah.
Was I saying something you didn't want me to say, Garfield? Because you dove in with the live mic in the middle of me talking on purpose.
I want to hear.
Supported Elijah Muhammad for 3 hours now.
Go ahead.
Go
bro.
ahead,
We got
man.
13 more minutes. Go ahead. We gotta cut his time off. Cut his mic off.
Hey, that was a good one.
Cut his mic
That's the
off.
best one you ever put out, dog. Hey, did my mic go
Nah,
out?
I made my point. I think y'all can think it through. Go ahead, Garfield.
No, I
I'm
was
good.
saying, do you know why the NOI, the Hebrew Israelites hate the NOI?
That was funny.
Does anybody know why?
No.
Huh?
Fred,
I
are
heard
you
about
aware
that.
why?
No, I don't know why.
The gentleman who started it, Abba Bivens, it is claimed that the Nation of Islam told him not to come outside and preach on the corner. And he did. And that was the end of Abba Bivens. That was it.
They
So
killed
so for those who don't know why they hate the NOI, that's the reason why. But what said is true. Jim Jones was very close with Farrakhan.
That's facts.
And Elijah.
Rockwell.
Scientology is
Rockwell,
not
yeah,
all
George
over
Rockwell.
the NOI. He's not. is not lying. It's the truth.
It's the truth.
Okay, so that
If
so
it's somebody
that's
speaking truth, I'm not
hey,
gonna
brother.
lie. I'm not gonna say it's not true.
That's the truth.
Hey, Garfield.
No, don't
That's
hate Garfield, man. They
Jim
inside
Jones was close
Scientology
to
right
Walter
now,
Dean,
man.
not
It's like y'all
Farrakhan.
think we retarded.
Garfield,
They inside
that's
top
number
the
two.
Nation of
That's
Islam. We
number
broke
two
the
reason
story,
why.
man. The Amaral Squad broke the story. Okay,
Garfield.
Amaral Squad broke the damn story.
What story?
Good
I
job.
don't even
Good
want to
job.
mention the sister name. That the
Good
Nation
job.
of Islam was in
That's the
Scientology. Like, are we
that's the
just
second
retarded?
reason. That's one of the second reasons why I stopped.
No.
Exit
You
the
stopped
NOI.
because of people like Brother Unc. We heard you clear. Don't change it now.
I said several reasons. You
No,
know that
and
was just
one
one
was
of them.
people like me who don't
Okay,
care
one of them.
about how hard you fighting in a cult.
Yeah,
You right.
yeah,
I don't
absolutely.
care how hard you
Oh,
fighting in a
come
cult.
on, man.
And
We
I
know you don't. We
apologize
know.
for your misery over the last 10 years. I apologize, brother. I was in
I'm
the
not
cult too.
miserable.
We
I'm
both
not
went through
miserable.
something.
I'm
I
not miserable.
absolutely apologize for
I'm
your
not
wasted
miserable.
your time,
Believe
brother.
that. I
Anything
didn't
you
say
did
I
in
was.
the Nation of Islam, you could have did by yourself and would have helped more black people. Trust me, bro. We can actually look back and tell. None of the
Bro,
programs
you
worked.
listen.
You had people locked in fake. You ain't had
You
real
do
Islam. You
not
made up
know
your own
anything
fake
about the
Islam.
Nation of Islam and the programs that
He
work.
don't know nothing about
What
that.
programs?
You don't
Give me the
know.
programs.
You
We
don't
sitting
know.
right here,
You
right
don't
now,
know.
yo.
You don't.
I'm
You're
gonna
not
mute my
involved
mic
in it.
out, and you
All
give
you
me the
do
dedicated
is
programs that was
sit
for
back
all
and
black
talk
people.
your pseudoscience stuff, man. You don't know what's going on. You have no clue. So again,
Why use the terminology I use?
the
Why
thing
do it?
is,
But why do it though?
How
Why
does
do it? You don't even know what it means. I'm not a
you
pseudo. That has
coined
nothing to
that
do
term.
with
You
pseudoscience.
coined that
Yeah, he
term.
coined that term.
You
You still have
coined
the
that
drippings
term.
of the
Oh,
cult
so
on you, brother.
you're
I'm
that
not mad, but I can
intelligent.
smell a cult on you, bro. You don't
You're
even know
you're
you still
that
in the cult
intelligent.
mindset.
You
You're
are that
actually defending people,
intelligent.
bro. Guess
Come
what
on,
you
man.
defending? You defending that a man right now, yo, he got black people in a cult. He got them in a double cult. That's wild. Yeah, everybody think
I'm
about
not
that.
defending
Nation of Islam
anything.
was a cult.
I'm not.
Scientology was a
I'm not
cult. How
defending
the hell did he
anything.
manage to do that?
I'm not defending
And then that's
anything.
one of the reasons you got out. Dude, he double culted y'all. I've never seen it in the history of humanity to have a double cult.
Bro,
That's crazy to me.
Again, you reaching. You just so reaching.
I'm not reaching. Bro, hold on. Wait. Hey, bro, I'm going to ask you. Hold on,
You
brother.
have
Wait.
no
Listen.
idea what you're
Hold on.
talking about.
Is Scientology a cult?
You just
No, is Scientology a cult? Seriously.
Hell no.
Come on, stop,
yeah,
Thunder.
Scientology is a
Hold on
cult.
there, Thunder. You said Scientology is not. Oh, Thunder
It is
just
a cult.
Don't pay Thunder no mind. He's playing the role.
Yeah, Thunder
All right,
playing
listen.
It's a cult.
Before
Prove
we
it's a
got,
cult.
we got
Okay,
9 minutes
I don't
left.
believe nothing
hold
you
on.
saying. Prove it.
Hold
No,
on, guys.
hold on.
Everybody,
You
one
agree it's a
mic.
cult, right?
Hold
I
on.
don't
Yeah, I
agree.
agree. I agree.
Okay, so hold on. If he agrees it's a cult, right? Then why would a group of people that claim to love black people put them in a white cult after calling white people the
that
devil
was
for
ignorant.
7 years?
That-
It's the
I-
most
I
ridiculous
agree
thing,
with
yo.
you.
It makes no
I
sense, bro.
agree with
We
you
can't even make that
1000%.
make no sense.
I
It ain't even
would
worth
not try
yelling
to
and
make it.
screaming. It's so ridiculous.
I got out of the situation, bro. When I
No,
heard
why?
that.
Okay,
That's one of the reasons.
listen.
Okay,
I'm with you.
So again, we cool with
Why?
that.
Hold on.
We
Why'd
cool
you
with
get?
that.
Hold on.
But I'm
Why'd you get out
saying
the
though,
situation? Hold on.
it's
But you,
okay.
brother, you came on here saying I got out of that because of people like you. I thought
No,
that statement was crazy. If the
no,
organization
one of
was
the
so Trump
reasons.
tight, you
One of
wouldn't
the
care
reasons.
what we said. But you said it was
One
people
of
like
the
me,
reasons.
bro. You say brother Unc, people like you.
Yeah.
And then we realized you got out because because he had you double coated. Man, be
Nah,
real,
nah.
bro.
Hey, let me say this right quick.
Classic Armageddon right there.
Hey, hey, let me say this right quick because this is
Hold up, Mo.
this is
Momo.
all right.
Hold on, Momo. hold on. The person named M. Gavelli. You've been on for like 30 minutes and I ain't let you say one word. My bad. You can unmute your mic and say what you gotta say.
Better get in where they fit in.
Nah, it's all good, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just sitting back listening to the banner. But more than anything, the Scientology aspect, it's really not a Scientology aspect, it's Dianetics. Even though in order to
There
get
you
to
go.
Dianetics,
Exactly.
in order to get to Dianetics, you have to go to the Church of Scientology. But Dianetics is of course.
So you say that to say what though?
Well, no, I'm just saying, I'm just clarifying because the religion of Scientology is a
No,
totally
don't
different
clarify.
philosophy.
Hold on, we don't need no clarification, bro.
Don't do that,
Double cult. That's a double cult
bro.
move, man.
Don't do that.
No, I'm just saying, period. I'm just saying, period. I'm not mad at all. I could trust me, bro. This is all fun and games for me.
Facts.
Point blank, this all fun and games because
All right, hold on. M. Gavelli.
Hey, can I say something now, Garfield? Since he said it's all fun and game.
Hold up, Mo. What do you got to say about Elijah Muhammad, M. Gavelli? What do you say?
I love Elijah Muhammad. I love what he done for black folks. You know what I'm saying? You can't find another
not one.
Let's go with it.
Not
you
one.
You can't name not one Baba, not one master teacher that has produced what he's produced in terms of dynamic orators for black people. Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Dynamic orators for black people who've actually stood tall for black people in terms of putting forth programs in communities and such, whether it's Muhammad Ali in terms of impacting the world of sports, whether it's Minister Farrakhan and uniting people in the way that he unites, whether it was Malcolm X or whether even it was his son Warwick Dean, even though I really don't agree a lot of what Warwick Dean did, but he still, you can't name another person who's produced that many men that stood that tall. Now, whether you agree with their philosophy, we're not here for that.
So Elijah made Muhammad Ali a better boxer. Did he make him a better boxer?
No, he didn't make him a better boxer. What he did was
what happened then?
What he made him a mouthpiece.
He put him on a map
to speak for freedom, justice, and equality.
He was already popular. He was
popular, but he wasn't Muhammad Ali.
He wasn't popular for what he became
Muhammad
popular
Ali.
for.
He wasn't popular.
Hold on. All right, where was the NOI? Where was the NOI when he was banned? Where was the NOI at?
What do you mean when he was bad? What is that? What do you mean?
When he couldn't box and he was about to get arrested, where was the NOI?
Nobody talking about no boxer, man. We talking about the man Muhammad Ali.
What do you mean he left? Like they all went to Orthodox Islam. Do you not? If you was a member,
Listen to my question. When he was facing charges, they took away his belt, right?
Right.
Elijah Muhammad was alive at the time. This is 1969 to 1971.
Right.
What was the NOI doing when he was banned and he couldn't box anymore in America or in overseas? Because they banned him from Canada too.
Elijah Muhammad made him a spokesman.
Hold on.
Paid him a salary, made him a spokesman, and let him travel.
No, I can answer that. They was taking his money.
He wasn't in the nation.
They sat him down.
He was in the nation. They was taking his money, Garfield. Hold on. They was taking his money. That's what they was doing. They was using him up every day. But look, Garfield, let me say this because this touches on that subject. This is the biggest failure of the NOI, the Million Man March. And I'm going to tell you why. No other time in history, hold on, listen to what I'm saying. No other time in history did you have that many black men mobilized in one spot to with a mind to listen and to be able to move on something.
I agree.
Right. What came of that meeting? There was no plan that was divulged, and there was no organization set up to say, well, look, we all here, everybody's in agreement. We got hundreds of thousands of black men right now, and all of y'all are listening to no substantial, nothing came out of it. We skipped to years later. They had another one. Same thing. No plan, no goal, no organization, nothing tangible come out of it. The last Savior Day speech that Farrakhan gave, he told y'all niggas that God's mother was a white woman. He said, Master Faraz Muhammad, who is God, his mother is a white woman. That's what y'all niggas got from the NOI.
All right, man.
That's been the teaching since 1930, since it's been established. Like that wasn't no revelation, bro. That's been the teaching since 1930. Like, what did you? First and foremost, you're not dealing with a fucking amateur, bro. Like, real talk. Like, so you want to miss a fur county bet? Okay, now that I got all y'all here, let's go march on this Capitol and get all y'all killed because I asked y'all to come without guns.
If you've been knowing that.
Mo, you gotta calm. Why y'all so serious with this? Yo, this is this is why I make all sides. Hold on, Machiavelli, hold on. This is why I want everybody to talk and get their feelings out. Nobody's gonna agree. We're gonna have our points. Fred's gonna pull out his primary sources and show birth certificates and all that stuff. You're gonna have people that's gonna pull out sources, and you're gonna have people that's gonna talk about what they know, but you can't get away from what's facts. If there's facts on the table, we can't debate that. I'm not gonna do the Mumu Machiavelli if Farrakhan said about the white woman, and I ain't get into that. I ain't got nothing to do with that right now. That's craziness. What I want to focus on is Malcolm X was a leader, and it's unfortunate. You know what's crazy? It seems like the NOI never learned from history, because the same thing that happened with Malcolm, pretty much the same thing happened with Khalid Abdul Muhammad. It's the same thing. He went to California, almost got assassinated because James Best, and then all of a sudden, he's not affiliated with the Nation of Islam. He's not. Hey Fred, you ever always notice that? Anytime something goes wrong, the person is not affiliated with it. That's the whole game. He's not affiliated with the Nation of Islam. Not even the guy Muhammad. Remember the guy that was the sniper in DC?
Mm-hmm.
He was a part of the Nation of Islam
too.
12
from Philadelphia.
Shooting people. He's not affiliated no more. We have a letter here when he was kicked out. This letter does appear out of nowhere. He's not affiliated. Mm-hmm. James Best, they had Khalid Abdul Muhammad a note. Whenever you leave it, don't leave this way again. Leave it another way. To lead to the way where the shooter was. They was going to assassinate Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Yeah. But no, ain't nobody do that. No, he's not a member of the Nation of Islam anymore. He's been excommunicated from 1968 or some crap. He's a psycho.
Right.
Fred,
I'm crazy, man. But anyway.
Hey, Fred, you sharp though, man. So I don't want to get it confused.
Fred ain't sharp.
Fred ain't sharp. When it
that
comes
nigga
to
scared to admit Martin Luther King wasn't
so is my voice called? Is my voice?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Because I start talking, you start talking like it's like I'm a parachute for you.
Go ahead, man.
Garfield, you didn't get that, context, brother. You didn't give that.
Man, I wasn't finished talking, bro. I wasn't finished talking yet.
Go ahead.
Hey, James Best. Hold on. Continue. After Unc, we could get into that.
Yes, sir.
I was saying the brother makes valid points about the Nation of Islam. He picked y'all half the part to death. Glad he dove in there with that. But then he makes the fatal mistake, right, of being a walking contradiction when he comes to Martin Luther King. Now, you might not like his leadership style. You might not like what he stood for, but we got a clear example of two things at play here. We got what you would quote unquote call Islamic cult black leadership or black quote unquote nationalism, separatism, right? No, seriously, like it was a back then, yo, like you had to pick your side. Like I want to act like I'm fighting the white man, or I want to, okay. So you got that side, right? Now we can clearly see who won. Everybody that wanted to play the separate game end up acting like vaccines ain't real. The whole side.
Oh, I knew he was gonna bring them back.
No, come on, Thunder. They all went anti-science and had a lofty dream of connecting all black people, Africans. Like that just didn't work. What did work was like since the beginning of time, right? Groups of people, nations, they sit down and they negotiate against a power that they're going against. You either kill each other or you negotiate your way through. This is how the order of business is on planet Earth. So Martin Luther King and them, right, using high-powered lawyers. Matter of fact, Thurgood Marshall end up, being part of the Supreme Court. He a superstar. Why y'all talk about some daggone Elijah Muhammad, right?
He a leader?
Matter of fact, Martin Luther King was so serious. Them lawyers was so serious that they went to the federal government. Now, during this time period, you ain't got no black judges. None. And they
That made him
go
a leader.
against the people that you claim is the devil, right? And they beat them at their own game. They beat them at their own game so much, right, that they ended up getting the civil rights bill passed and the women's rights bills passed that we all can benefit from. Now, I'm not saying that on Monday when the shit got overturned that everybody was, yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying over time, the more we work and figure it out, we take more advantage of that, yo. That's what I'm saying. We cannot take advantage of the double cult. What can you do that the double cult promoted? Yakub, the big head scientist? No. They passed out pamphlets during the pandemic talking about don't take a vaccine, but follow half of the CDC. Yeah, they follow half of the CDC. Yeah, wear masks. Yeah, you thought you're gonna follow half of it. It's the most ridiculous thing ever. And then they put you in another crazy cult. Scientology. Watch this. Scientology was for people with money. When the Nation of Islam came into it, yo, they made it because they was running out of bread, obviously. White people stopped following the nonsense. Then they go get poor black people. Yo, now all of a sudden Scientology take poor black people, and then they play the crazy game of Dianetics. We did shows on this, bro. The third meter and all that, where you can stick the meter in your arm and you can take. Yo, like, are we serious?
The double coat. The double
Yo,
coat.
there is no way we're gonna sit up here, yo, doing Black History Month, yo, and not being able to analyze what really happened. It's the most ridiculous thing ever, yo. Hey, Thunder, you're a Christian, bro. You understand what the civil rights movement stood for, right?
Yes.
It absolutely stood for, right? People coming together no matter what color you was. Like that was part of the deal. Like, yo, we don't have a problem with, doing the American thing, going to stores. Like we want what you got. Like, I understand if you didn't die and got murdered and got enslaved, yo, like, ain't no way in the hell I want to see a white boy run around and flourish off the shit my ancestors built. No, I want to go to every store you go to. And if I decide to build my own stores, I want to be able to do that without you burning it down. So it wasn't a separatist movement. We can agree to this, right?
Yes.
Nation of Islam was a separatist movement. Can we agree to that?
That's a fact.
Give me one nation in the history of mankind that separated themselves and didn't end up in a damn Stone Age later on. I'm listening, bro.
Yeah, but you got to look at what Martin was saying with the burn into a burning house. You got
Why did he say that, bro?
Out the door.
I want to address it head on.
Egypt.
I want to address it.
Oh, that's a good one too. Egypt. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I want to address that head.
3 millennium.
I want to address that head on. Why would he say such a thing? Because, yo, when you're in the moment about to get your damn brains blown out, yo, you just be like, yo, was it really worth it? He doubted himself like all men and women do. They doubt themselves. But now we can clearly see that man made the right goddamn decision, yo. And ain't none of y'all sitting up in here on Garfield show smiling, beguiling, talking shit about white people gonna act like that ain't what it was.
Yeah, but we can't go back and if we had a time machine and go back and did it Malcolm way, then I think that you would have a better. In other words, we didn't choose both sides to see which one was the better side.
We did.
How?
You had people acting like they was fighting against white people. Because last time I checked,
I'm talking about segregation.
Right. Okay. I'm saying the Nation of Islam, yo, if nothing else, it could have protected the babies getting busted upside their head, yo. They didn't even do that. See, this is what I don't understand, yo. You might not want to be a part of the civil rights movement, yo, but you claim that you detest, watch this, you detest, Allah detests anybody to just stand up there and take that punishment. Wait a minute. Wasn't the people taking punishment just as black as you? So you saying you stand up there watching white people hit them with the water hose. People don't even realize what tons of pressure is coming from the goddamn fire department. I dare y'all right now. Take your butt outside and let a fireman spray with that hose. It's going to knock you halfway down the damn street and bust your skin open. Let a German Shepherd get turned loose on you by the police department. Yo, that was actually a crimes against black people, and they stood there and watched that while they act like they was fighting it. No. It's the most ridiculous thing. Like, we can just sit back and relax and really tell the story, bro. It's right here for us. Matter of fact, it's great examples of what worked and didn't work. We supposed to learn from that. We're not gonna sit up here and keep acting like that they did something they didn't do. Yaqub, the big head scientist, bro. If you ever read the story, it was actually a story of murdering black people to get the white people. I can't believe y'all ain't read that. Yeah, I'm gonna go over all that. Y'all got me started. Yeah, for the rest of Black History Month, yo, I'm killing them halfway to death. I'm going all the way. I'm doing it.
Let me speak on where's that young man who know a lot about the Nation of Islam? Fred. Where that man at? I think he got it. Is he y'all?
Ran him off the panel. Yeah,
ran him off the panel.
That nigga hype. He too high. He gotta get in there.
Why you do that,
Because he was caught in the middle. He's supposed to know that Martin Luther King was a great leader, yo. Did we take advantage of that man?
Hey,
let me
ask you a question, right? You know, you my master teacher and all.
No.
Yo, the UNIA with Marcus Garvey, what was that one? I think it was like 1930 when he got kicked out of America and sent back to Jamaica. 1929, I believe it was. No, 1927. Then I think 3 years later, the Nation of Islam started in Detroit, Michigan. But it had some both organization had similarity to it.
You mean Nation Islam,
and the UNIA by Marcus Garvey. They were using Garvey blueprint, like what's the name? The leader of the NIA. What's his name? I forgot his name, man. You were just talking about
Marcus Garvey. What you talking about?
No,
Elijah Muhammad.
Leader of NOI, the NOI.
Elijah Muhammad, Master Farad Muhammad.
Yeah, Elijah Muhammad. He was like Marcus Garvey used to say certain phrases like at the end of his speeches, he'd be saying, one love, you know, how Bob Marley said one love. He got it from Marcus Garvey, and Nas said one love. You know, all that shit came from Marcus Garvey, and the Nation of Islam used to use that phrase, and also similarity. Marcus Garvey also had sit down meeting with the Ku Klux Klan. You know what I'm saying? And I was wondering.
I got a question.
Hold on.
Never said that. Never said that.
Hold on, let the brother finish, man. Come on, man.
No, he was asking me a question, Garfield. You should pay attention.
No, but let him finish. Let him finish, Unc.
No, yeah.
So the 25-hour question. I didn't forgot.
Yeah, you're right. No. Actually, the question is right. Now he was right. Right. You know what I'm saying? The question for me. Now, my question is,
come on, master teacher, listen.
Oh my God.
Have you ever studied the same those two organizations and see parallels between the two?
Man, I see a bunch of vulnerable people back in the 60s, you know, fighting against oppression. In the third, yeah, all the way back, you know, since we brought over here, vulnerable people, man, you know, trying to express ourselves, trying to gain an identity. And at that point, man, when you're that vulnerable, man, you're gonna fall for a lot of things, man. Like, and I'm gonna let you know that right now. Now it's kind of wild to see we falling for the same tricks all over again. To the point where we keep big up and glorifying. My main man came on here and talked about the Million Man March. Man, if y'all don't know, that's a money grab, yo. I was there, yo.
Oh, come on.
Listen, bro. I'm not gonna hate. Hold on. I'm not, listen, yo, I'm not a hater, I'm a participator. If I can get 1 million y'all in one damn place and not give y'all a plan, yo, and just take y'all money, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it and I'm gonna send it to Africa somewhere. I'm gonna do something with it though. But if y'all evidence what was the plan, bro? My man said it was a secret plan. I'm saying I'm not hating, they got the money, I'm not mad at that. I'm just saying, yo, like at a certain point, yo, at least give a 10%. You know what I'm saying? Back. You know what I'm saying? Even the Bible say give 10% somewhere. I'm just making a point here, yo. Like, it's some money. It wasn't no plan in that. It helped the organization. I'm not mad that we funded, the Nation of Islam, but just say it. Say, man, come out, man. You donate to. Did y'all go? They had trash cans. You could donate money. I mean, it was like when you go to church, right? And they pass the plate around, they pass the trash can around. I'm not making this up.
No, you're not.
Right.
Hey,
John Henry
before
spoke
I get
about
off
that
the
also.
air, hold on a second. Let me give hey Fred, you still there, bro?
Fred took them earphones off. He said, "Hey."
Oh, that was Fred. But yeah.
Before
John
we go, listen, man. It's 4 hours, man. I can't go no longer, man. I gotta end the show right now, man. We've been on for 4 hours. I want to say everybody have their own opinion. You're gonna have different forms of how people look at stuff. Thunder is like the gaslighter. That's his job to start
That's my
shit.
job, man.
That's his job. He's on his job, man.
Yeah.
Everybody getting all emotional. Without Thunder, we wouldn't even have gotten all heated. People from the NOI jumping on, ex-NOI people jumping on. I mean, come on. Let's have some fun, man. Y'all too. Oh, man. Hey, Machiavelli, we'll talk, brother. We'll definitely talk in the future.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I've watched you for years, brother.
Yes, sir.
Coming from the Sinetta platform, you too, Unc. Like I said, I learned from both of y'all brothers. But I'm not an ex. Yeah, I'm not an ex member of the Nation of Islam. I'm still current. But the thing is with me is that I'm with the shits, bro. Excuse the language. Like, I want the conversations. I want the dialogue. I want it all. I used to go on Fred's show. I used to go on Fred's show, so I don't run from anything. Just like people got sources, I got sources too.
Hey, Fred, why you bring this NOI guy to my show, man? Why you do that, man?
I didn't know Fred.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you, M. Gavelli. I'm messing with you.
Hey, what's his name, Machiavelli? What's his name? What's his name, Garfield?
It's Machiavelli.
Hey, Machiavelli. So what was it? Why y'all pass out the anti-vaccine pamphlets? What's the sources on that?
That's why he been mad about. He been mad. He been sour.
Because I know. Let him answer that. Let him answer.
I just want to know what's the sources.
I know. I've been following for about 10 years. I know you heavy on science, right? So if you heavy on science, you should know that the incubation period for a vaccine is 6 to 7 years. You don't roll a fucking vaccine out in 7 months. That's common sense.
So do you catch planes?
Yeah, the fly to go places. Yeah.
Why not just walk?
Because I mean that doesn't correlate to what I'm saying.
It actually does. Like,
no, it doesn't. A test period. You're the science guy. You should know that an incubation period for a vaccine.
I don't even know what you're talking about. An incubation period. You're saying it wrong. You're making it up. No such thing as an incubation period. You mean developmental stage for a vaccine to go through trials? What are you saying?
Yeah,
no such thing as incubation period.
It is. And the incubation period is when they test it.
No. Okay, testing, right? Okay, well I'm saying you can look it up, right? They reduced the time by a lot of different types of measures, right? I do not have time to go through that. What I will tell you
they
is,
couldn't tell you.
Listen, don't ask me a question. Listen, so your reason for the anti-vax pamphlet to go take some daggone Navy beans was because y'all thought that they made it too fast. You know how ridiculous that is, yo? So what science? Hold on, wait. This is serious. I'm being serious.
Yeah, go ahead.
What scientist, what virologists or immunologists in the Nation of Islam actually did the testing on that particular vaccine to make sure that the statements y'all was making was all wise and correct? Because at this point, you would have to have some scientists that actually did the work to say they made it too fast. Just saying that, them days is over with, bro. So did they have a scientist to check that before they made that statement? That's what I'm asking you. Before y'all made those pamphlets, did you do that?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. You said a scientist inside of the Nation of Islam now.
No. Yeah, Nation of Islam, because y'all only mess with the black scientists now. You know what I'm saying? Y'all drive a car that wasn't made by a black people, but y'all only mess with the black scientists. Y'all you got a refrigerator?
No, that's not true. That's not true.
You got a refrigerator?
No, that's not true.
No, do you have a refrigerator?
Because you see
no, I'm asking, do you have a refrigerator?
No, I'm answering before you straw man me. I'm answering that first question you asked.
What's the first question I asked you?
Well, you said we only mess with black scientists. That's not true.
Okay, did you have a white scientist there? Anybody that was on your side? Did you have a scientist that checked it to make sure? Because y'all love black people so much and had the programs for black people, you surely wouldn't just play the game of just talking. You would actually have a team of scientists because y'all got a nice little piece of money where y'all can actually build a little lab and actually send a person to school. It's only 8
Well,
years.
they have multiple multiple doctors and physicians. Now,
No.
I'm answering the question.
All right, everybody stop. Everybody stop. One mic. I'm gonna end the show. It's been over 4 hours. I'm sorry. I gotta end the show. I gotta go to my bed. Fred, I want to say thank you again. Fred, let me
slander Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a great leader, yo, and he was so great they kicked his ass out.
Yeah, fact.
Fred, I emailed you, man. I emailed you, Fred. Check me out.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Checks and Balances. That's one of the movies that my brother came out with. I played the 9 Wives earlier.
She put 9 wives.
Yeah, I put it up earlier. So you got 9 Wives, Checks and Balances. What are you working on? What's your next movie, my brother?
I'm working on 3 right now, and I don't know which one is going to take the lead. So it depends on where I can get the primary sources from, you know. So whoever responds.
If you need help, man, I got a whole research team. So if you need help,
I do need help.
We got the serial killers, we got the Dagger Squad, we got mad researchers with science, mathematics, history. We do everything. So if you need help, just let me know. Hit me up, and we go over some stuff that you want to research. We get it done for you, man.
Oh, that's love.
We just want to shout out. We just want to shout out in the movie. Just to let y'all know, pseudo killers helped, or Dagger Squad help, or whatever. That's all we want. Or Massey Warrior Clan or whoever. All right, but thank you, bro, for coming on. I really appreciate you, man. Much love and respect. You know, it's good to have
everyone
dialogue where we're not cussing each other out. I want to fight. I do want to fight Unc, though. I do want to fight
Martin Luther King, man. Get off of that, man. You on the microphone. You can make a movie, yo. Leave that man alone.
No, I trolled him to get on Martin. He wouldn't mess with Martin. I made him mess with Martin because he would mess with a lot.
Hey, M. Gavelli, Amin Ramakar, the Gila Khan, God Killer, Stupies, my brother.
Let me say something before we go though.
Juju, Thunder, and my man Fred Hawthorne from SilentHeroFilms.com.
Let me say something before we go, man.
Don't start no shit, bro.
I think we need to eat Navy beans, milk, and bread every day.
God food, right?
Garfield, let me say something before, please.
Yo, I can't believe he just said that. Yeah, that's
let me say.
Hold on. I hope y'all know that's what he teaches in How to Eat.
Hey, turn your camera on.
I don't know if y'all know that. Do y'all know that? Did y'all know that? That's exactly what he teaches. He said in the Message of the Black Man. The best thing to eat.
I got that from Aaron Muhammad.
Yo, against Kobe, yo, they love black people. Yo, y'all got it out there. They say eat Navy beans on the
Navy beans, milk, and bread.
That's what he said. That's what he said in the book.
Can I say some Unc? Please, please, before you go, Unc, can you say what you normally say about a lie overtaking a truth? We need that.
Organized truth every time, right?
You can use that, man. A well-organized lie destroy a disorganized truth every time.
Every time.
That double.
I do love the black people in the Nation of Islam, though. To be honest with you, I care about anybody quoting the quote, yo. I really do. Not even being disrespectful.
Hold on. What do you mean by you love the black people in the Nation of Islam? You saying that?
I love black people in general. When they fighting for survival, no, seriously, I appreciate the struggle and seeing people fight.
Yo,
but at a
Unc is
certain
too
point, you
much.
gotta realize you're in the
I
code,
can't
yo.
with Unc, yo. I can't. He said the black people in the nation. So
yo, I'm trying to get him out of that. But I mean,
Double Coat is in the lead right now. 2023, Double Coat is number 1 on the list right now.
It double coated up, yo. Crazy blend.
Crazy.
They gave black people that crazy work.
That's classic. That's number 1 on the list. We got to get some more sayings, man. But number 1, Double Coat.
Hey, there's white people in the Nation of Islam, right?
Man, on what planet?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What planet?
Very high yellow people. Okay, they look.
I don't know what you're talking
about. Lie, Garfield. You know,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey,
Hey, peace and love, family. I'm out of here, man.
Appreciate you.
Juju, love you.